and Project WorkSafe was a savior for us. We'll talk about strategies and resources, and keep going. We'll talk about how to recruit and how to train in apprenticeship programs, and we'll have a couple. Thankfully, we've got a couple of companies that have come here and give some real live examples of what they've done, and then we'll do a summary, and we'll be out of here at 4:30, and I'll try to keep us on a very close schedule. So for me, my introduction to getting rural broadband to Vermonters was in 2003. I was the CEO of Vermont Electric Cooperative, and my board said, what are we going to do to get broadband to our rural Vermonters? So I've been working on it ever since. It's been quite the journey. And early on, some of you are veterans in the industry, there were all kinds of technologies that came out with all these great promises. If anybody remembers broadband over power line, please raise your hand. At least we got a couple in the room. So we tried every technology that existed, and we also built what's called a system controlled data acquisition network. We were actually in 2010 recognized as leaders in the nation of the 1,000 cooperatives by the Department of Energy. But we had to build a lot of fiber to make the system work, because in Vermont, trying to use things like radio frequency, wireless, fixed wireless. Oh no, you can't just walk on the road. So anyway, so we are a beautiful state with beautiful people. So what's our competitive advantage? Attracting high intellectual margin business. And it's working. One of the things our real estate agents get asked is, what's your connection speed? If you can't get connected, people don't buy the houses. But we're going to connect all of Vermont. So if we look at workplace shortages, in 1990, I attended a 3-day seminar at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government that talked about the demographics of labor. The summary of that seminar was this: by 2020, if we don't have a massive increase in births or massive increase in immigration, we're going to have serious workplace shortages in all sectors. And then, of course, COVID hit. So now we're in quite a desperate place for workers. And if we look at the $42.5 billion that's coming, there's going to be so much competition in this area. And we're all scrambling to figure out how to do this. But on the flip side of problem is opportunity. if we look at the opportunity this creates, it's an opportunity to bring marginalized workers into the economy. And I'll go to the extreme and talk about Department of Corrections. Vermont, according to Department of Corrections, 2022, Vermont spent $95,000 per incarcerated individual. That's your taxpayer money, paying for $95,000 a year. A lot of people would love to make that kind of money, but guess what? They can make that kind of money in this business. That's what's exciting. So for many of you, a lot of this information, you're going to see some very bureaucratic and probably boring things early on. We were harassing some of the presenters. I won't mention any names. One's laughing a lot right now. So like, oh, you've got to present that. We'll try to keep it exciting. But when it may seem overwhelming to you, but that's why we're here. The legislature put the Vermont Community Broadband Board in place to help make this happen. Very wise for the legislature in 2021 to recognize that this was important to do. We're here to help. And of course, I realize I'm from the government, but anyway. But truly, if you look at our team, we jump on everything. And you've got all kinds of resources available at the state. So we want you to bid for these projects. We want you to be successful. That's, I'm in the frying pan, right? But, I've made these commitments. So I'm committed to help everybody make it happen. And I always say, my staff knows this, we know mistakes are going to happen. I don't say do it right the first time. I mean, we'd love to be able to do that, but I say do it wrong quickly, and we'll figure it out. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Michael Harrington from the Department of Labor to say a few words to us about Vermont and what we can do in the future of labor. Thank you.
Good morning. Before I get into some remarks that I prepared, I'll just say a special thank you to the Community Broadband Board and all of you for being here today. In Vermont, every Department of Labor actually across the country is a little different and made up a little differently here. So you're going to hear from some of our folks a little later on, but here in Vermont at the Department of Labor, we cover not only unemployment insurance, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with and has been in the news quite a bit over the past few years, but also workers' compensation insurance, labor market information and data, and also I think one that's on the forefront, and we don't always, it's not always synonymous with the Department of Labor, but our workforce development division, which before COVID was our largest division. It's creeping up again. Mainly that's because our unemployment insurance division grew so large to handle the demand during COVID. But our workforce development division has offices across the state. They're called job centers, and our team in the field is focused on helping individuals either with or without barriers to employment find meaningful employment, and as well as working with employers on things like work-based training, apprenticeships, on the job training. We work with veterans, individuals of marginalized populations or new Americans. So again, we've got kind of a broad spectrum of areas that we cover. So please make sure that you're connecting with those folks today. I do have just a few words to share. So thank you all for being here. It's great to be here to kick off today here with the Community Broadband Board as part of the Broadband Equity Access Deployment Program, or BEAD program. It's also great for me to see so many people in this room that are focused on workforce investments in Vermont. So thank you for being here. On the anniversary of the historic July 2023 flooding, many communities in Vermont are once again cleaning up following the historic rains, as many of you either know or were probably impacted by. I hope everybody here was able to get the resources they need and weather the storm, hopefully unfazed. I know cleanup can be exhausting and requires a great community effort. I found it to be actually quite timely for today's message for two reasons. First, as flooding and natural disasters become more common, Vermonters need increased access to communication services, whether it be high-speed, reliable internet in their homes or fast, consistent connectivity on their mobile devices. For all of those of you here today who have traveled Vermont with a mobile device, you know it's neither reliable or fast at times. Again, this making the work we're talking about here today becomes so much more critical for Vermont's ability to respond and recover from these events, which I think we all agree are happening more frequently, not only here in the state, but across the country. The second aspect of that is one of the biggest workforce needs we have in this state are individual with technical skills, tradespeople. For all of you, it might be a need for fiber installers, electricians, CDL drivers, line maintenance technicians. But for the person living in Barre, Vermont, who's digging out of their home once again, they're going to need plumbers, HVAC technicians, carpenters, surveyors, and probably many other occupational skilled professionals. So when I think about the significance of the BEAD funding and its impact on Vermont, I think of it in terms of not only the changing the lives of thousands of Vermont residents, but also the significance and value-added impact it will have on our ability as a state to create the workforce we so desperately want and need. Here in Vermont, the workforce challenge is real. It's real across the country. We don't have enough people to fill the jobs we have, and the people we do have don't necessarily have the right skills to match the jobs that are open. This is highlighted in the fact that in this past May, Vermont had the third lowest unemployment rate in the country at 2.1%. Only North and South Dakota were ahead of us at 2%. With roughly 2 jobs for every 1 unemployed person, we need twice as many workers than we have available. And that doesn't even take into account all the job opportunities that are going to come about because of the BEAD program and the work that all of you are doing through the federal investment program. So how do we make sure we have the jobs and the workforce we need to get the work done? I can tell you there's no silver bullet, but there is a path forward, and it includes all of you. Only through strategic partnerships will we be able to build dynamic programs that drive graduating high school and college students into high demand occupations while simultaneously drawing new workers to Vermont. I think of it kind of like a leaky bucket. If you can imagine a bucket that has a spigot with water going into it, and the bucket and the water represent Vermont's workforce. We also have holes in the bottom of the bucket where the water is leaking out. There are people leaving our workforce each and every day. So the bucket never really gets full. Now we can continue to pour more and more water into the bucket and try to do it faster than the water coming out the bottom, but that's going to take a long time. Right. So when we think about how do we drastically improve Vermont's workforce and make measurable gains, we not only have to pour more water into the bucket at a faster pace, but we also have to start plugging the holes. Only then will we begin to move the needle on the workforce problem. And that's really where all of you come in. Recent historic federal funding coming from Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act have put a laser focus on the importance of workforce development as a strategy for success. The funds these acts provide is helping states develop training programs to upskill, reskill, and train new workers in order to achieve the goals of each of these programs across the country. For example, VCBB's goal of getting every home connected to high-speed internet is key to building the workforce even further here in Vermont. Connecting homes means better access to information and education, increased access to healthcare, improved civic engagement, stronger communities, and more opportunities for entrepreneurship. But in order to achieve this goal, we need employers who are willing to partner with us on training programs. The BEAD grant provides a unique opportunity for workforce development by encouraging participating employers to develop registered apprenticeships as a method for expanding the workforce. If you're not familiar with registered apprenticeships, I hope most of you are, given the audience we have in the room. But if you're not familiar, let me give a little context. We run into this a lot across the state and with the employers we work with. Many companies have work-based learning opportunities. They have on-the-job training, they call them internships, they might call them apprenticeships, but only registered apprenticeships offer a path to receiving a professional certification that is recognized anywhere in the United States. When you create a registered apprenticeship that uses industry-approved training materials and qualified instructors, both the apprentice and the employer benefit. Employers see increased worker retention, productivity, profitability, and an increase at the bottom line. And apprentices get to take advantage of the earn while you learn model, where they get paid for their trade craft. In Vermont, there are 27 different occupations with approved registered apprenticeship training programs and more than 420 employer sponsors across the state. If you're one of the companies that's interested in applying for the funding through BEAD or BEAD or another federal program out there that I mentioned, you should be making sure your application and budget outline clearly highlight your commitment to intentions to use a portion of the funds towards workforce development activities such as apprenticeships. I'll pause there in my remarks just to share. I was at a regional convening of the states, and we had a presentation from a member of the White House and the federal government on these different programs. And they said the number one problem they're running into is that workforce activities is not specifically spelled out in the application. And so whether it's an intermediary or a company that's receiving the funding to do the work in these federal investment acts, and then they want to apply some of the funding they're getting to workforce development activities after the fact, they actually don't have the ability to modify their grant agreement if they didn't outline workforce development activities in their application. And so I'm pausing there just to put a fine point on that. You know, there are a couple different ways to do that. You can either put in a dollar amount and say X amount of the grant will go to workforce development activities, or a percentage. So you could also say a percentage of the award we receive will go towards workforce development activities. And even in the room when we were at this training, they said, even just putting in that one line gives the recipient of the funds the flexibility to invest those funds in workforce development activities. But without mentioning it, their hands are really tied. This not only demonstrates, if you do this, your commitment to Vermont's workforce goals, but without the workforce, employers have no ability to fulfill the grant requirements or be eligible for other grants in the future. Workforce development is an essential piece to the BEAD grant application. Additionally, the Wireless Infrastructure Association, or WIA, as you heard from them today, has developed a telecommunications industry registered apprenticeship program that employers can use as they plan their workforce aspects in the BEAD grants. So employers, take advantage of this. The more employers that participate in this program, the more viable and valuable the program will be. In the end, employers must think beyond the task at hand and consider how they can create skilled talent that outlast the initial grant opportunities. This ensures not only the longevity of the individual companies, but as well the sustainability of our broadband system. At the end of the day, the work will not simply go away. We then have to maintain the system that we put in place. I'll close with this. In order for us to be able to fill the bucket and plug the holes, we need employers who are willing to, one, partner with the state, and two, make investments in training programs. I know that takes time, it takes energy, and it probably comes with some risk for employers. So I want to say this. The Vermont Department of Labor, the state of Vermont, the Community Broadband Board, we are here to help. We will come alongside you. And if you're willing to partner with us in order to get the job done, we will be there right by your side. Later today, you'll hear from Cindy Robillard, who's in the room today. She's an assistant director in our workforce development program, and she'll talk about the various funding that's available for training programs and how to leverage local, state, and federal resources. You'll also hear from the Vermont Occupational Safety and Health Administration out of the Department of Labor on the importance of maintaining workplace safety and the resources available for all of you. The team here today is at your disposal, so please don't hesitate to connect with them. Finally, I want to thank Christine, the Vermont Community Broadband Board, WIA, and everyone else that's here today for your interest in working with us to accomplish our statewide goals. Thank you so much for being here today, and best of luck for the rest of the day. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrington. Before I introduce our next speaker, Wendy Later from the NTIA, I want to say, first of all, I got involved with the NTIA in 2021, and I will tell you that coming from the private sector, I had a lot of cynicism about government when I came into the job. But I will tell you, the NTIA has done an incredible job trying to achieve these goals. And when we talk about workforce, there are requirements in these grants that we look at in order to give these grants out. But I will tell you, the requirements, if you follow through on these things, you're going to save money. I grew up in manufacturing. I was the global power systems manufacturing manager for Digital Equipment Corporation, second largest company. And my boss told me, we're going to eliminate the entire division if I didn't get costs down. So I was one of the earliest implementers of lean manufacturing country. But when you look at your spreadsheets, many people talk about the cost of turnover. But I will tell you, the cost of rework far exceeds your cost of turnover. And I will tell you, the cost of having a crew showing up and not having a job ready far exceeds that. So if you really take a deep look at your spreadsheet, you'll see skilled workers are really worth the investment. So that, we're going to talk about the requirements of BEAD. Wendy's going to talk about the NTIA program. And I'm going to say the other thing about the NTIA. Anytime when I became the CEO of Vermont Electric Cooperative, I never worked for a utility before. But the NRECA was a great resource, a national resource that had regular meetings where the CEOs got together, compared notes, what were you doing best in class. The NTIA has followed that same model. And if I look at the requirements they put in there, I keep saying to Clay and Wendy and those folks, Clay's in the back here from the NTIA. And I keep saying, if you look at, I encourage everybody to read Recoding America. If you look at how we try to carry out programs in this country with the requirements that's put forth through Congress and your legislature, and all of people like my team and myself who work hard to do a good job, we do a good job trying to take all these global goals and put them into a program. And sometimes it makes it even worse, right? Because we put these requirements in place. But if you go to the highest level of the objectives, which is what my work with the NTA has shown me, when we sit down and say, hey, this little requirement here, is a problematic, they've been pretty quick to respond and change. Our hearts are all in the right place, and we will continue to be in the right place. But I want to show you a short little video before we bring Wendy in. If you can hold that up. Yep. Yeah, it's in the agenda. If you pull up the agenda, there's a link in. Oh, you got it. You're awesome. Yep, go for it. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Yeah, that's for later. Sorry about this, folks. Wait, if you go to your agenda, that's for later. Yeah, control click when you just control click. There you go. Maybe control click twice. There you go. There you go. That's the one. Next, I'm going to introduce Wendy later. She's the Northeast Director for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program.
Great. Thank you so much, Christine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, very glad to be here. And I'm just sorry I couldn't be there in person. Believe me, I would much rather be in Vermont than in sitting in Brooklyn, which is far hotter and steamier. As Christine mentioned, I'm the Northeast Regional Director. That covers 10 states, according to NTIA's geography, which includes Vermont. And I have to say that BCBB has just been a tremendous partner throughout this process. And I've been very grateful to be able to work with Christine and her team throughout all of this. I also have a workforce hat. We have a small workforce team here at NTIA that develops certain initiatives in the workforce area. So I speak with using that hat as well. So I do have a small slideshow. I think Christine mentioned that the first part of these presentations might be a little dry, so hopefully some pictures will jazz it up a bit. I just don't know whether BCBB is running the deck or if I'm supposed to run the deck. Happy to have BCBB do it. So we can move to the next slide if you are. Great, thank you. So I'm going to give a high-level overview of BEAD as well as the workforce requirements in the BEAD program, as Christine mentioned. To put BEAD in context, I'm sure you all know that this program is part of a larger set of Internet for All programs enacted through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law nearly 3 years ago now. These programs are intended to bring high-speed internet access to all Americans to achieve 100% connectivity that is affordable and reliable. And it also is intended to ensure that everyone can participate online effectively and in ways that are meaningful to them. So BEAD is by far the largest of these programs. As was mentioned, it's approximately $42.5 billion, and Vermont will be receiving $229 million in BEAD funding. No other program has provided anything like this level of funding before. So as Christine and Commissioner Harrington have noted, this brings tremendous opportunities. You can look at it both ways as a shortage, but also terrific opportunities for new jobs, for broadband deployment. So we view BEAD not just as an infrastructure program, but also as a good jobs program that will create more than 150,000 jobs across the states and territories. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of the BEAD program and a timeline. I want to raise a few key points. Then you're very well aware that the funding is going to the states. NTIA does not make the grant awards. Funding is allocated to the states and territories, which then run a competitive process to make subawards to the broadband service providers. Second, BEAD funds must be used to connect all unserved and underserved locations. And if there's funding left over, it can be used for other purposes. Connecting CAIs is highly encouraged, the community anchor institutions. And I should define our terms. By unserved, we define that as locations having less than 25 upload, 3 megabits download, and underserved locations as having less than 100 upload, 20 megabits per second download. There is a preference for fiber in the program, but in order to achieve 100% connectivity, we believe it will take a variety of technologies to get there. So you can see on this slide that there are different kinds of uses that funds can be used for. Left over after connecting all locations, all underserved locations. And That can be implementing adoption and digital equity programs, which can include workforce and job training, or dedicating funds to workforce and job training directly. So looking at the timeline, you can see that states have now all submitted their initial proposals. That was done at the end of December. We are in the process still of reviewing and approving the initial proposals. These proposals delve into the details as to how states will select the broadband service providers. And a key component of the initial proposal is the workforce plan. And that defines how the states are going to work with employers, the ISPs, construction industry, et cetera, to make sure that they have a sufficient labor pool and to ensure that the labor pipeline is diverse. Then 1 year after the initial proposal is approved, and once the state has selected its subgrantees, states can then submit their final proposals detailing which subgrantee is going to serve which project area, as well as any other uses of the funds. The final proposal, which is due a year later, provides an update on how the state has met its goals in the initial proposal, in its workforce plan, in the initial proposal. And then after that final proposal is approved, funds can be allocated to the broadband service providers. So it's really in late 2025 into 2026 when we anticipate shovels will be in the ground and the greatest hiring needs will arise. I realize this process has many steps. That's because there's a lot of money at stake, and we want to be sure that taxpayer funds are being utilized as required by statute and our BEAD notice of funding opportunity or NOFO. So next slide. So now I would like to give a high-level overview of the workforce requirements in the BEAD program. As I mentioned, BEAD is considered to be a good jobs program, and that's because it integrates 4 areas that must be met to receive BEAD funding. So the first of these is that states and territories must show that they are giving preferential weight to applicants that are complying with federal labor and employment laws, such as the Fair Labor Standards Act and Title IX, as well as their own labor and employment practices. States must show how they will get records from applicants that demonstrate that compliance. That showing is in the initial proposal. Next slide. The second area of requirements relate to skilled workforce. And the states must show how they're planning to invest in developing a highly skilled workforce that's able to carry out the work safely and effectively. This can be through registered apprenticeships, as we've discussed, certification or licensure programs, or other types of training programs. And each subgrantee must certify that it will use an appropriately skilled and credentialed workforce. Next slide. The third set of requirements relates to equitable training and workforce development. Equity is a theme that runs throughout BEAD and our digital equity programs, and it is a highlight of the workforce plan as well. So states must show that job opportunities are going to be made available to a diverse pool of workers, including women, people of color, etc., through recruitment, retention, and professional development initiatives. So it's very important that states engage with local workforce partners who will know how to recruit and retain a diverse workforce. They're also required under the BEAD program to coordinate with unions and worker organizations. Next slide. Finally, states have to detail how they will recruit and retain minority-owned businesses and labor surplus area firms when possible. This is encouraged. It's not a hard and fast requirement. I also want to note that all of the above requirements that I've mentioned do apply whether you're working with directly employed workers or using contractors or subcontractors. So, as I've noted, all the states have addressed these requirements already in their initial proposal, as has Vermont. They've explained how they plan to meet these requirements. And as I mentioned, we're in the process of reviewing these and approving the proposals. So next slide. So the exciting work begins once the final proposal is approved and the state can actually start funding the broadband projects. That's when you're going to see the need for a wide variety of jobs to support broadband deployment. NTIA did its own research and identified the following occupations that will be needed across states. These include laborers and material movers, fiber optic technicians, trenchers, network architects, inspectors, surveyors, etc. You can read the list. Almost all states in the country are going to be experiencing shortages in many of these job categories by 2026. That's the year that we anticipate the greatest hiring need. VCBB has already said that it needs 200 more fiber optic workers to meet the current and upcoming workforce demand. And NTIA has done its own analysis for every state, including Vermont, of where we see the greatest needs lying. And for Vermont, we saw that the top areas of need will be for laborers and material movers, followed by trucking crew, and then fiber and wireless technicians. Those are followed by software engineers, trenchers, and structural engineers. So those are the 6 top areas of need that we identified in Vermont. But of course, you have done your own research and probably have your own data on this. So it's important that you be doing your own evaluation right now, thinking about how you're going to fill these jobs in all these areas, because the BEAD funds will hit very soon across all the states. So all the states are going to have similar needs at the same time. And I know Vermont has already put a lot of thought into this. Which brings me to my last slide. We can thank you. With a timeline on the workforce plan or workforce planning. At the beginning of this process, we asked all the state broadband offices to form a workforce team of those who know the workforce landscape well. It could include the State Department of Labor, workforce development boards, industry leaders who can identify the jobs that they're going to need, unions, and education partners who can provide necessary training. This workforce team serves multiple purposes. It should have input in developing the initial and final proposals. And just as importantly, it should continually evaluate the workforce landscape to understand where there are labor shortages for broadband deployment and to identify a pathway to filling those gaps. I know the VCBB has worked with many of you already in this room and in developing initiatives to develop their workforce initiatives and evaluate workforce needs. So now I'm going to turn it back to Christine so she can tell you what they've been doing. And my last slide has my contact information. Please feel free to email me if you have any specific questions about workforce. Also, as Christine mentioned, our phenomenal federal program officer, Clay Purvis, who is dedicated to Vermont, is in the room with you today. Clay, raise your hand in case anyone in the room doesn't know you, but I expect most do. And he'll be able to answer questions in person as well. So thank you so much for having me today and for your partnership, VCBB and Vermont.
Thank you, Wendy. And hang on the line for a few minutes because we are going to have some time for questions. I will just talk briefly about what's happening here in Vermont. you know, our workforce development team we put together over 2 years ago, and many of you in this physical and virtual room have been involved, and we thank you for your contributions. So we've been working a long time to prepare for this. For those you involved with project management, you know, what you do is when you put a plan together, you look for what are going to be the big obstacles. And of course, for us, as soon as we looked at it, it was materials. But materials is fairly easy to resolve. You just put inventory based on lead times. But the workforce issue we knew was going to be a big issue. And I thank everybody who's been involved with our team. It's been a very active team. In Vermont, one of the things I will make a point, you know, I understand this personally because I've been involved with some very serious injuries in my previous role. But, you know, there's a requirement in the plan that you manage your contractors and your subcontractors. We're going to hold the ISPs, the grantee, the successful grantee, the successful bidder, responsible for the entire chain. You can't say, oh, I hired this group from South Carolina and, you know, their bucket hit the high line and, you know, caused this major outage and cost, you know, Global Foundries $350,000. That, you know, you can't say it's the subcontractor's fault or the subcontractor of the subcontractor. So my words to you, many of you who are experienced in construction are aware of this. You got to have boots on the ground, following up on these safety and these construction issues. So I think that's, you know, if I look at, you know, where the big rock is for all of us, it's the challenge for management is managing all of these labor resources that are going to be out there. And that managing those resources gives you a great return on investment. I'm going to keep repeating that. You know, if you hiring and firing costs money, but what costs even more money is rework. What costs even more money than that is when you have an accident. So before we go to questions, I just want to make a brief announcement. There's 3 vehicles that are still blocking the ability to get food delivery here. So if you've got if any of you in this room have any of these 3 vehicles, please go out and move them. It's a VW Rutan. I don't know if that's a name, but HLX 138, Toyota 4Runner, license plate HAA 532, and a Toyota DPH 867. Don't be embarrassed if you have to stand up and leave. That's you didn't know that you were going to be blocking food delivery. So thank you for that. It's a tattoo convention, right? Yeah. So what questions do you have? We've got somebody monitoring online. So if you have a question online, raise your hand. Questions in the room and online. Go ahead. Anybody got any questions? Yes. And introduce yourself and say who you're with when you.
Hi, Christine. My name is Dave Keating from the IBEW 2nd District. My question is, you just mentioned how you're going to hold ISPs accountable for their contracts and subcontractors. How? And what will be, what is the punishment? How will that work?
Well, you'll see me personally visiting some of these sites because I always say the fish rots from the top, right? So, you know, that's the leadership's role. But this is going to require, you know, we don't want to see field and accidents happen, but there will be liability. Wendy, maybe you can talk about if you know the answer to that question. Does BEAD what happens in BEAD if contractors? Is there language in BEAD that addresses that question? By the way, before you answer that question, I want to thank Dave Keating. He's been involved with the workforce development team from the beginning. In my previous role, I can't say enough about the IBEW. You know, I never had to worry about safety. I mean, we had accidents to speak, of course, but IBEW was very focused on safety, and I really appreciated that. And I appreciate all the help of the IBEW when we did have accidents. But Wendy or Clay, what are the penalties for not following through on some of these things?
So the NOFO does not, the BEAD Notice Funding Opportunity, the NOFO does not specifically set out penalties. That is for the state to address in its agreement with the sub-awardee, with the broadband service provider. Clay, feel free to embellish if you have any other insights.
Hang on, we're going to give you the mic.
This is Clay Purvis of the NTIA. No, I think Wendy described it well. The NTIA's agreement is with the state. So these grants to ISPs are subawards. It's really going to be the state that will manage the grant on down the chain, and will manage the relationship with the state from the top.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And Alexi, I'm going to put you on the spot, but don't feel bad if you say we haven't thought about it, because I'm going to tell you, I have a rule. If I say it's a good question, that's because I have the answer. If I say it's an excellent question, that's because I don't have an answer. So feel free not to have an answer.
It's an excellent question.
Thank you, Dave Keating, for asking that question. We need to focus on that. Other questions in the room or the audience that are online? Okay,
Yes,
let's take.
Matthew. Yes, I had my hand up, and you know how it is. My question is about workforce opportunities enshrined with equity. I know the commissioner, of Vermont, he's doing his best, but I do have a problem of, of how can we expand that, knowing that the Vermont Department of Labor have a partnership with Higher Ability Vermont, which is part of Department of Labor. I'm wondering why, by keeping and I am VTRC, which is Vermont Truth and Realization Commission. Basically, we hold state officials accountable for anything marginalizing or anything that produces harm across the state, and we hold those entities accountable. So my question is, with equity at stake, when will we start, understanding that, not everybody learns things or does things differently? I'm going to use myself as an example. I have a neurodiversity to everybody that's in the room, meaning I have a learning disability by the American with Disability Act, by law. I'm wondering why the state of Vermont is keeping their mouth shut about these opportunities for people that do need these type of work, do need these type of jobs, because by keeping your mouth shut, you're basically discriminating everybody by not even letting them participate in the workforce. So how are you going to address that, knowing that equity is at stake here in the state of Vermont, but also how can we be sure that we are making sure equity covers everyone on that list, and making sure they're accountable and responsible to make sure that their safety is as uttermost importance to the rest of Vermont statewide. Thank you.
Hi, Matthew.
yeah.
This is
Thank
Karen
you.
Herzog with VCBB, and we appreciate your question. We are going to have a lot of information coming up later today about equity and about opportunities for reaching out to people who maybe haven't traditionally been a part of this workforce. This is something where we feel like is really important, and we think it's a potential for the employers to find a lot of great workers. And we are going to talk about how we are going to reach out to people and how we are going to enable them and make it accessible for them to have these jobs. So stay tuned. It'll be after lunch, and we have a lot of great information for you coming up.
Okay, next we have Ellie. Ellie, introduce yourself and who you're with.
Hi, I'm Ellie DeVilliers with Maple Broadband. I have a follow-up question, I think, to Dave's, which is in relation to subcontractor selection, because you've said that the ISPs will be responsible for the subcontractors' performance. And as you acknowledge, a lot of the individuals employed are by those contractors. And so I'm wondering where we are in regards to guidance around requirements for subcontractor selection.
Alexi, are you prepared to answer that question? I'll take it if you don't feel comfortable, but yeah.
In the specifics of what's going to be required, there will hopefully quite shortly be our RFA coming out, which has a number of elements where you'll have to certify different pieces of how you're going to manage subcontractors. So I think there'll be quite a bit more clarity on that as we get our volume 2 approved and get to that stage.
Yeah, so the answer is guidance coming. Yeah, but an important question, and we will continue to work with all of the potential bidders. We want you all to be successful. So we're going to ensure the best competitive bid process. So any bidder will be treated the same, but we're also going to provide the help you need in order to understand some of these requirements. Other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next part of our agenda. So I'm going to, Amelia is going to present from the Wireless Infrastructure Association. And again, I can't say how happy I am that they've been helping us through this process, because before they came along, we all kind of looked, the workforce development team was saying, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? And then we found WIA. So thank you, Amelia.
Good morning, everyone. My voice doesn't carry. If you have any takeaway today, it's that last line in terms of WIA's commitment. For us and our members, we want to make sure that all Americans do have access to internet across the United States. And how do we do that? We do that through public advocacy, public affairs. And we're very unique as a wireless association focused on workforce development, because we see the need for a skilled workforce to be able to expand internet across the United States. I've got over 20 years of deployment experience across the United States and left network deployment to focus in on workforce, because throughout my career, we've seen a shortage. We've seen where standards are not maintained because we don't have skilled and quality workforce. So I'm happy to be here today representing WIA, but also supporting and partnering with BCBB as we embark on this historic funding and spend to expand internet across the United States. And I appreciate Wendy going ahead and talking about NTIA's requirements and the need to make sure that they're focused on workforce development, and NTIA with the Department of Labor wanting to make sure that not only are we thinking about workforce in terms of skills, but we're thinking about it in terms of safety and fair compensation and so forth. So we'll talk a little bit about some of those different requirements. And Dave, hopefully I answered some of your questions that you had earlier. Okay, so I wanted to provide some clarification. When we talk about eligible entities, we're really speaking about states and territories. You'll also hear us talk about subgrantees. Those are like your ISPs, your operators, your carriers. And then we'll talk about contractors and subcontractors, folks that will support those subgrantees that are applying for grants as part of the BEAD program. Any questions on that thus far? I know there's a lot of confusion with the different terms, and so I want to make sure everybody's clear when we talk about all of these. Okay. So ideally, you heard Wendy talk about this. You also heard Christine speak on the fact that as part of BEAD, there was a BEAD action plan that needed to be submitted. Following the BEAD action plan, we also had a volume 1 and 2 of the initial proposal that was submitted. Initial proposal volume 1 was approved. Vermont is pending volume 2's approval. Once that volume 2 is approved, then we'll go into a final proposal, which really talks through the implementation of what was submitted in volume 2. Here today, and I'm not sure if anyone in the room has actually looked at the notice of funding opportunity. Does anyone know that term, NOFO, besides Clay? There we go. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about the NOFO and the requirement, because ideally the state of Vermont, VCBB, has very strict requirements and compliance as part of the BEAD program. And by proxy, subgrantees, subcontractors, contractors that are part of the program also need to align with those requirements and compliance. So that's why we'll talk a little bit more about that. Again, the goal here today is to make sure that there's awareness on the requirements, compliance issues, and when folks are ready to actually apply to the RFA that Alexi mentioned, you're ready to go. So today, think of today as a primer for the RFA to come. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I won't read all of this because I know you guys can all read. And by the way, this slide was put together and meant as a resource. So you'll have it for future so you can refer to it. But ideally, when you talked about what are the requirements for subgrantees, when the RFA is actually issued, the request for authorization by VCBB, there will be scoring criteria required, and that will allow VCBB and the state of Vermont to ensure that, one, they're compliant with the BEAD program requirements, and they're ensuring that they have all the documentation that they need to be able to submit this back to NTIA and the Department of Commerce. So what is the scoring criteria? The scoring criteria is the evaluation criteria that will be used to assign values and points to the proposals that the subgrantees submit. We'll talk a little bit more about what are some of the federal requirements that VCBB will have to include in the RFA to make sure that the state is compliant as well as the subgrantee. And by the way, when Christine talked about boring and dry, it was me. It's just a lot to go through. So please bear with me. Okay. So what will happen is, as part of the RFA, VCBB will include all of the federal requirements. And then based on those federal requirements, you will see scoring that will be allocated to some of those requirements. And then, of course, awards will be made based on the scoring. I wanna highlight something that Commissioner Harrington said earlier. When you think about your workforce, ideally, we've seen in the past, I have seen in the past in my previous life, where I put out something to bid and then I have a bidder submit a cost, but not necessarily thinking about workforce development or labor. And then when all of the work comes through, we don't have the workforce ready to go. Now you're a little bit delayed in making sure you have your skilled workforce, but also you haven't contemplated the cost of training and education. So as Commissioner Harrington said, as you're thinking about your applications for these grants as part of the RFA, be mindful to include either a line item number, as he said, or percentage, so it's captured in your bids. That's going to be crucial, right? Hey, we're above board. We know that we're going to have a labor shortage to deploy all of these networks. So let's be mindful that we have to get the labor force trained and ready to go. And so that will be a cost of your deployment. Any questions on that? Okay. Okay, just following along. So when Wendy spoke earlier, you heard her talk about some of the requirements, but you also heard her talk about guidance, i.e. some of the things that NTIA is encouraging. So we'll speak to the federal labor laws and employment laws, which by the way, those are requirements. They're not encouraged. Let's make sure we're compliant with those. Skilled workforce, it's both. It's, hey, you're going to get scored on having the skilled workforce through credential learning as well as through registered apprenticeship. But also it's encouraged now to start thinking about training your workforce. And as the caller earlier, Matthew mentioned, we are so focused on diversity and equity that we have to also be thinking about covered population to be able to train them and make sure they are a viable part of our workforce to build out the network. And then we'll also talk about recruiting and retention through the various companies and contracting. So the BEAD NOFO, as I just mentioned, it has 4 categories that we just talked through. And some of these, as I mentioned, are requirements, while some of them are guidance to make sure that you have the information to prepare for these applications that we're talking about. Okay, how many of you have seen this workforce planning guide? Thank you, Deb. I know you have. I will have a resource page at the end of this deck, and we'll have all of these links. I will tell you, this could be, gospel is probably not the right word, but close to that. That helps you to really identify some of the federal laws and all the guidance that you need to prepare for your application for the RFA. So a lot of the documents and a lot of the information that I will be providing today is referenced in that workforce planning guide that was produced by NTIA. Okay, so this slide might be familiar. You just saw it. Wendy showed it. And we're highlighting it right now because, again, as I mentioned, this is not an encouragement or a guidance. It is a requirement. We need to make sure that all of the subgrantees, contractors, subcontractors are not only aware of all of these federal and state labor laws and employment laws, but also are ensuring that you're compliant. You'll see some of the requirements in the application and scoring as well. But again, if you're not aware of these labor laws and employment laws, please make sure that you are aware of these. Outside of BEAD, these are requirements federally, right? So let's just make sure we're aware of all these. Again, we have links to all of these in the deck. So this will be shared. And I won't spend time going through all of these laws, but I just wanted to highlight it again because it's important that we're aware of them and that we know that we have to be compliant as employers with all of these federal labor laws and employment laws. One specific I wanted to highlight here because NTIA was really good about ensuring that there was a document available to employers on prevailing wage. Again, the link to this document and information is also included in this deck. So make sure that you're looking at it because there are requirements for prevailing wages as well. I also want to note, we mentioned TIRAP and registered apprenticeship. There is Department of, I'm going to mess this up, Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship Certification that can be issued to sponsor employers that are part of the TIRAP program. So if you're part of that TIRAP program and you find that you need this certification for Davis-Bacon, you call up Deb and say, hey, Deb, I need this because I need to submit this documentation and certification. Okay, here goes the fun stuff. Not so fun. I'm going to try to, without having to read all this for you, I'm going to try to give you some of the highlights. Okay, and Dave, this is some of the information you were asking about. So as we think about fair labor practices and ensuring that we have a highly skilled workforce, subgrantees will need to provide information and records of their compliance of the federal labor and employment laws. And that's not just only the sub-grantees, as we mentioned. It also includes the contractors and the subcontractors. So think about there's an RFA that's available. You're applying to this RFA for this grant, and you need to make sure that you're providing record of your compliance with these federal labor laws, not just for you as the company of submitting the application, but also your your subcontractors and your contractors. So start working on some of this documentation and prepping for it, because you know it will be a requirement. The other thing that will be required is a certification by an officer, director level or equivalent, evidencing past compliance with federal laws and employment laws. And again, this also applies to your subcontractors and your contractors. Third, a written confirmation of disclosures of any violations of laws pertaining to employment. So like your OSHA laws and any kind of fair labor standards. Again, we're making sure that you are aware of this. So as this RFA becomes available, you're already putting all of this documentation together. And last but not least, making sure that you have a plan in place to address and ensure future compliance of the requirements. Before I go on to the next slide, any questions on the documentation or ensuring compliance? Yes, Chris.
Helps collect that. Sorry, is there a tool that helps collect that data? A spreadsheet already made, or?
I don't
something
know
like
that there's a template already existing. I think the expectation would be for each of the sub-grantees to maintain their documentation, and when they're submitting their application to be able to provide that information. Alexi, is that correct? Okay, thank you. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Chris. Matt?
Hello. So Matt McKinney from the Institute for American Apprenticeship. One thought as you're working through these things and in sort of response to that question is there truly templates out there? I think we're going to talk about apprenticeship programs later, and they've been mentioned. The framework and requirements as it relates to apprenticeship meet most, if not all, of these requirements. So if you have a program and people are participating, it's an ideal way or thoughtful way to ensure that you're meeting these requirements as you bring on new talent and are developing them.
Oh, I think I went ahead one too far. Do we have another question?
Yes, could you go back to the last slide that you had up, the one where you asked if you had that one? Okay, so on the left side, that second bullet, I understand that's talking about, well, I mostly understand. I actually have two questions. So the second bullet is talking about backward looking, making sure that the prospective subgrantee was itself and all of its contractors were compliant. So what sort of contractors are required for that? Because like, for example, if you have a lawyer that you work with, do you need to make sure that that legal firm is all, I mean, is it every single contractor? So that's the first question. And then the second question is on the first bullet, which is, and this is actually what I was getting at with my last question, just around the order of operations. So the first bullet is saying that all parties participating in the BEAD grants need to be compliant, which makes sense if you have employees, but by definition, you can't, until you get the award, you can't have gone through the procurement process of the contractors you're going to be using for that award until you've actually received it. So at the time of application, it's not necessarily clear that you would know who all is going to be participating because you haven't selected them yet. So I mean, that's the specific area where I think we need to have a guidance around how do we actually do that? Is it sufficient to say that we will have a requirement in our RFP and here's how we will comply with that? Or, so that's my second question. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your question. I think this brings up a great point. So as we're thinking about all of the requirements and compliance, that's why I'm trying to make sure I'm harping on subgrantee, eligible entity, subgrantee, contractors, subcontractors, because it's a trickle down effect. So as you are applying for grants, you're also making sure that whoever's subbing for you or subbing for that sub for you is also compliant with all of the requirements. So you may not know that you've won a particular grant, but as you're lining up your vendors, you are looking for those specific requirements and compliance because they are by proxy you. Does that make sense? Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm Ellie DeVilliers from Maple Broadband. So my first question again was going backwards. What is the definition exactly of because it says all contractors and subcontractors, and so obviously anything related to engineering, network construction oversight, those things are obvious. But what if we have a marketing firm? What if we have a legal firm that has reviewed our contracts related to services procured for the network construction? So what exactly is the definition of, is it every single entity from which we have procured any services whatsoever, or just, I think,
I don't know what
further guidance on
VCBB's
that?
answer on that is, but I will tell you from my perspective, I'm thinking we're looking at direct to the program. So for example, if the scope is construction, everyone down the line working on the construction scope of work will be required to comply. That a fair answer, VCBB? Okay, thank you. Hey, I've run a couple projects myself. All right. Any other questions? Let me make sure we covered this. So this one really aligns to more of making sure that we have the skills in place. And again, I won't read through all of this, but ideally we're trying to ensure that we have the skilled workforce, and to do so, NTIA, especially in that workforce guidance planning guide, speaks to making sure that you have a registered apprenticeship program. We talk about TIRAP here because it's a telecommunications national program. However, we do know that there's a state program. Ideally, part of the registered apprenticeship program, as Matt shared before, allows you to comply with the requirements of training. At the end of it, you have a Department of Labor certification that you can provide as documentation of that on-the-job training. The other thing that this recommends is making sure that you have credentialed learning. So you might have on-the-job training within your company, but then you might have additional requirements like OSHA that you have to ensure that your employees complete and document. Did I miss anything there, Deb? Okay. Matthew, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I can. I was just waiting for you to finish, your discussion. Yes, I see here, how can we, I know that these two, how can you make this more digestible, this readout more? Remember, I'm from the Vermont Truth and Realization Commission, which basically holds the state accountable for any or all of the practices and policies statewide. So the best practices. My question is, how can we make this more digestible? This most of the things are so wordy to the point that most people that participate don't participate because it's almost too complex for them to understand what we're talking about. And how can we do that? I'm just wondering, is there a way to make this more digestible for people to really understand what we're talking about? Thank you.
Absolutely. I knew this question was coming. I have to tell you, after reading through the NOFO and all the guidance, yes, I put this PowerPoint together because I want you to make sure that you have all of the requirements, and it's wordy, but I have a one-page sheet. So I will also share this one-page sheet because I know it's a lot of information. So when I go through this information in the deck, I will come back around, cover this one page, and then be able to share this one page out to you. Hopefully that helps, Matthew. There's another question. Karen.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laurel from Certex. My question is, you use the words, make sure you have a registered apprenticeship programs. Who in your vision should have a registered apprenticeship program? Is that the entity? Is that we're a subcontractor? Is it the subcontractor that should have it, or the contractor, or the next level up, or is it?
All of the above.
So all the way down to the subcontractor should have a registered apprenticeship?
Yep.
Is that a requirement?
So ideally, we're looking for a workforce that's skilled and trained to be able to deploy the network. So again, as we talked about, as your subgrantee is submitting an application that indicates that they have this skilled workforce, part of that documentation and compliance is we're a registered apprentice sponsor. We have credentialed learning. Here's the certifications to prove it. So your subgrantees that you are supporting in that effort that you may sub-bid will also require that from you. And I see Lisa shaking her head.
If there was any nervousness behind that question, I understand it. We at the VCBB are working to put this together so that you have a template to work from. And we're developing that apprenticeship program for the state. So that it would, and so you're getting further information from us.
Later in the presentation, we do have discussion around apprenticeships and all the different occupations that are approved within broadband to make sure that you're meeting those related training instructions and educational component. I think Commissioner Harrington has a question or maybe a comment.
I was just going to comment, again, Mike Harrington, Commissioner of Department of Labor, through Cindy. Cindy, would you just raise your hand so everybody who doesn't know Cindy oversees some of our apprenticeship work. It can happen in two different ways. You know, you can, as an employer, have an internal apprenticeship program where you provide the instructors and have the materials and essentially run the program from beginning to end because maybe you're a large employer and you have enough students and apprentices to maintain that program. But we are working with intermediaries, so associations and others that will sponsor a program. So in this case, it might be VCBB who helps sponsor a program so that the smaller employers can simply hire an apprentice and send them through that program. So again, there isn't one size fits all, and it doesn't mean that you have to own the program yourself. There may be programs where multiple employers send apprentices through that program.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Dave Hall. I'm with Congruex, but I also sit on the TIRAP Advisory Committee with WIA. We do provide all of that as for the telecommunications industry registered apprenticeship program. And part of that, by joining that, which is free to join, you do have the ability in the roadmap for smaller contractors that lays out your training credentials, the types of things that you would need, and that pathway is outlined within the part of the TIRAP program. So there are things there that are available. It is federally registered and it's stackable credentials. So you can have a multi-year program or a pathway to a multi-year program in order to train your workforce. And I'll be talking later today about part of the apprenticeship programs.
Do we have any other questions on that topic? Are we good? Awesome. Okay, and moving on to item 3, making sure that we focus on equity and job quality. So Wendy also covered this slide earlier, so I won't go in depth on this, but ideally, as you think about workforce development and job quality, you're thinking about how do I make sure that I have a workforce that can meet the needs of the deployment. We talked a little bit about apprenticeship. We talked about credential learning. Then how do you make sure that you're attracting, recruiting, and retaining those employees? We'll also talk about a career pathway tool for recruiting and retention. And also some of the presentations later today will focus in on retention as well as recruitment. Because I think as we think about the workforce, training is great, but if you don't have the bodies to train, that becomes a problem. Or if you train them up and then they step away from their roles, that is also a huge problem. So that's why we'll talk about that further on today. There's also a need as we think about workforce development that we partner and do a lot of outreach. So whether that's different training providers, as the commissioner mentioned, different associations, but again, partnering with the different organizations, IBW, to make sure that you have that workforce needed. And last but not least, we'll talk with Vosha later on about workforce protections and safety. And I know I mentioned it before, but a lot of these requirements and a lot of the details is called out in that workforce planning guide. In my deck, I will also reference the sections and the pages. So you can definitely go into those different areas if you have specific questions around that as well. Wow, that's an eye chart. So I will not read this, but again, it's meant for you to have that information readily available to you. Ideally, this gives you an idea of what VCBB had to be compliant with when they submitted that BEAD action plan and that initial proposal volume 2 for workforce readiness. So they had to go in and ideally indicate what they were going to do as an eligible entity and what their subgrantees are going to have to do, as well as contractors and subcontractors. And again, I've listed it like this so you can see how much goes into the requirements for BEAD. And again, we all have to make sure we're holding hands to meet those requirements and make sure that we're compliant on these projects. So again, I won't go through all of these details, but it will be available for you. And I think it's important that you read through it so you can see just what needed to be submitted just to be compliant for the program. Again, that's continuation of the equitable. And I know Matthew earlier talked about diversity and equity. So again, I'm not going to go through the slide, but this particular requirement here does call out the need to make sure that we're including covered population. So people who are 60 years and older, incarcerated individuals, veterans, people with disabilities, members of different racial and ethnic minority groups, rural residents. I could flip the page here. Individuals with language barriers, and then individuals living in households with income not exceeding 150% of the poverty levels. I'm sure you guys are very happy that I wasn't going to read all those. Unless you want me to, I can. Okay, and then Wendy also mentioned this as we think about engaging with the different organizations and companies on these projects, we have to be mindful that the contractors are also compliant from a worker's perspective with the labor laws, as well as with the specific safety requirements. In addition to when you're thinking about hiring contractors, you have to think about making sure that you're including minority contractors in the program as well. Any questions on this slide? Okay. So this just gives you a nice clean shot of generally what will be required for the BEAD NOFO. However, I'll just go through the summary of all the things we just covered. So you have like some information at your fingertips. This will also be available after the workshop, so you have that. Okay, so as we think about getting ready for the request for authorization RFA that would be issued later on several months from now, we need to be able to think about fair labor standards and laws. And when we think about the scoring rubric was guided by the federal requirements. So we don't necessarily have volume 2 approved yet for the state of Vermont, but you already know that this scoring rubric was high level developed by the federal government. So the federal government will be looking for, and therefore state of Vermont will need to be compliant with, documentation of past records of labor standards, protections, and violations, compliance with state, federal labor and employment laws on all of these broadband deployment projects, contractor safety protocols and records. So not just your existing records, but what protocols you have in place. Any records of fatalities, serious injuries, compensation premiums, any safety requirements, trainings, records, and policies. Again, we want you guys to be prepping because we know all of these requirements will be part of the application for the RFAs. So that was documentation. Now we have disclosures. Any violation of state, federal labor laws, OSHA laws, and any other applicable labor and employment laws. Any pending litigation related to alleged violations of state, federal employment laws by your entity. And then in terms of disclosure, any official labor relations complaints. Now we go into what will be needed as you provide descriptions on your application for the RFA. Again, this is pretty much dictated by the federal government as part of NTIA. So you will be required to describe your approach and ongoing compliance and commitment to ensure labor laws, standards, and protections during the BEAD program deployment. You'd be required to describe what policies, standard operating procedures, and ensure compliance of these state and federal protection laws and regulations. You'll also need to put together descriptions on your wage scales, any overtime payment practices, and that could be related to any direct hires or I guess W-9. A description of the implementation of your workplace safety will also be required. How you plan to recruit from historically underrepresented or covered populations. That list of covered populations that I just went through was your federal covered list. So how do you plan to recruit from that list of unrepresented or covered population? How do you plan to ensure that you're going to protect your workers? How do you ensure that you're going to be that your workforce will be appropriately skilled and credentialed? And really that aligns with your plan for workforce readiness. So VCBB and all the other states that you will be participating in will want to ensure that you have a good plan in place for a workforce that is ready, available, and skilled to support their deployment program. That's really what they're asking for. Then if you plan to have contracts or subcontractors, how do you plan to have them carry out the work? So to the question earlier on, how far does this trickle down? You're needing to provide that description of how your subcontractors will be also providing their workforce. And ideally, there should be reference checks on your subcontractors as well to safeguard everyone. And last but not least, making sure that you can describe and document safety training, certifications, licensing requirements. So I know that sounds like a lot, and now you know why we're here today, to make sure you're aware of these requirements and you're preparing for all these requirements if you intend to apply for these grants. Any questions on any of those?
You know, one of the things we talked about with our peer state broadband leaders network meeting is there are some contractors throughout the country that are still relying on piece pay. And the question that comes up from those contractors around, well, our employees don't necessarily want to take time to train others because it slows them down and reduces their pay. What we've kind of came up with as a solution is said, look, if you expect us to pay you for apprenticeship programs, we're going to build that into the bid costs, right? You should build those into your bid costs, because some employers have recognized that the cost of rework and the cost of, of showing up at jobs that aren't ready and all those other things actually cost them more. And so we want to make sure we have a fair playing field when it comes to the bid costs. So if you have a contractor who says, well, you're going to have to pay me for this mentoring program because it slows down my employees and they're going to get paid as much, make sure they build that into the bid cost.
Yeah, great point. Thank you. Okay, so we covered federal requirements. While we intend to have additional webinars or maybe sessions to cover specific state of Vermont labor laws, I wanted to make sure that you are aware of some of the key labor laws that would be pertinent for the state of Vermont. Yeah, so there's a lot of focus on minimum wage, on breaks and requirements for breaks, paid sick leave, paid family medical, anti-discrimination, equal pay, pregnancy accommodations, workforce safety. Talked a lot about safety today. Wage payments, termination, unemployment insurance, work compensation, child labor, notice requirement, and overtime. So again, I've highlighted all of these. These laws and specific details on these are all available on the Department of Labor's website. I also included this poster because the website has all of the available posters that you'll need for your workplace, whether it's safety or some of the different wage requirements. So I'd like to direct you all to go to the Department of Labor's website, where all of the specific labor laws and employment laws are listed for the state of Vermont, as well as documentation and posters. As I mentioned before, this deck will be shared out. So you'll right click on those resource links. You'll have the NOFO as well as volume 2 that Vermont has put up to NTIA, in addition to the planning guide that we referred to in the NOFO. And then some of the wages and rights specific to Vermont that will be available. My contact's on there. Do we have a question? We can have questions.
Yeah, sorry. I was questioning as just, internet and of all stuff. My question is, are these documents live documents where we can refresh and, redistribute? Are they kept up to the data that we, which Vermont has a hard time keeping up with its data, center? Are these documents, while we're still building this out, will this be the latest updated, documentation? Or could it be turned into a live document so someone can update that, for future use or reference to, so we're not using old data like, 5 years, for example, 5 or 10 years ago data, which is, outdated. So that's just a question that I want to ask is this a live documentation that will live within, moving forward, not just a federal side, but the Vermont side, so, to keep updated, so people that want to refer this or want to know more about this get the best updated, template as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Matthew. Yes, VCBB has been active and will continue to update their website with all of these links with relevant information. And we'll be prudent as updates are happening throughout the BEAD program. We'll make sure those are updated on the VCBB website. Are there other questions? Okay, thank you all so much. My contact information is available here. If you have additional questions, feel free to reach out to me. And of course, the fantastic BCBB contacts are also listed on there. So if you have questions, please reach out to us. Thank you.
In follow up to this, I encourage you to, those of you that plan to bid, read pages 56 through 59 of the BEAD NOFO. If you Google online BEAD, BEAD space NOFO, it'll take you to the PDF of the BEAD NOFO, and 56 through 59 is where all these elements are addressed.
And if I can jump in, it is also pages 78 to 87 of Vermont's initial proposal, volume 2. And that will spell out everything that we are going to require and how we're going to require it.
So can you talk a little bit about timeline of when you expect the bidding process to start to give?
Well, so it's dependent on the NTIA's approval of our volume 2. So we can't really move forward before that happens. We're hopeful that will be soon. At present, if we were to get it approved, sort of around now, really, we're kind of at the line. We're looking at opening the pre-proposal process at the end of August. And then the formal full proposal process at the end of September, beginning of October. That will necessarily start slipping a bit as we await volume 2. We do have this timeline in our latest board packet. So if you go to the BCBB website and look at the board policies and procedures, and then, the meeting and agendas, it's in the June meeting. And I can also send it out to folks if you're looking for it, but you have to treat it with a pretty hefty dose of salt, just because we're waiting on those approvals.
Yeah, and Lexi, maybe you could describe what the pre-proposal process is, because, I think probably many of you in the room were curious about timelines, and many of you may want to bid, and you might be a little panicking at this point to say, holy cow, this is coming fast. I think it is, but describe the pre-proposal process.
Sure. So we have defined a sort of two-step process as we look at selecting subrecipients. The first phase is what we're calling a pre-proposal. If you intend to bid, you must submit a pre-proposal. And what we're really looking for within that process, and again, this will all be spelled out in the eventual RFA that we issue. We are looking for that you plan to bid. If you want any modifications to a project area, so we have defined project areas in the state of Vermont as either the boundaries of a CUD where a CUD exists, or a town where a CUD does not exist. So if in your bidding process you decide that you would like a modification to any of those, you can tell us that you would like that. We will take those in and look at whether or not we decide to make that modification. After that pre-proposal process, we'll then publish what the actual areas to bid on are. And then that's when the full proposal window opens and you'll submit your proposals.
And how much information will a bidder be required in the pre-proposal process to have around their workforce?
Nothing right now. All of that comes at the final proposal stage.
And when does the final proposal stage start?
We are hoping that will be in early October.
Okay, so there's your timeline. And again, if you're going to work with a partner, whether you're a subcontractor who's going to work with a partner who's going to bid, start thinking about now, because October will come up pretty quick. And please reach out to us with questions, because we recognize that for some employers, especially the smaller ones, this could be a significant challenge. And again, we want people to be successful. So, we have a workforce development team. So those questions come in, they'll be sent over to the team and we can reach out and provide you and handhold you and do whatever is needed in order for your company to be ready for the bid, for that October bid process. Dave Keating.
Christine, so to be clear, how I understand it, ISPs should have their contractors lined up and ready to go before they make a proposal?
Well, I would advise you, it's not a requirement that you have your contractors lined up. But I'd advise you to be thinking about it now and start working with the contractors because again, October comes up pretty quick and you're going to put in a bid and you want to make sure that your subcontractor is going to be able to successfully get through the bidding process because we're not just looking at the bidder, we're looking at your subcontractor processes when we decide who's going to be a successful grantee. Other questions? No. Okay. We're going to take a break right now. We'll take a 15-minute break. Actually, we'll come back at, we'll come back a little more than 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10:35. And a bit because we're ahead of schedule. I'm sure there's a lot to absorb. So, we'll plan more time for questions at the end, but if we keep doing as we're doing, we'll definitely be out by 4:30. I don't think anybody would complain if we left a few minutes early either. So, but it's nice to have some buffer in the schedule. So we're changing things up. We're actually going to change it to the workforce strategies and resources presentation that Cindy Robillard, Chris D'Amato, and Brian Kravitz will be presenting on. So take it away.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Cindy Robillard. I'm an assistant director for the Workforce Development Division of the Department of Labor. I appreciate Commissioner Harrington giving you a lot of great information about the Vermont Department of Labor and all of the divisions that exist within the Department of Labor. I think that will make my presentation go along a little quicker because some of the things have been said, and so we'll just move right through. I just want to say that I have many, many years with the Workforce Development Division of the Department of Labor, and I now am leading teams that do the work of implementing and delivering our federal training dollars, which I'll talk a little bit about, and also registered apprenticeship. Registered apprenticeship is the one sort of bucket in our workforce development portfolio, I guess, if you will, that I'm a little newer or new to. So I am thrilled to be partnering in this space. And that's what I want you to all take away is we have great workforce development partners around apprenticeship that will, even if it feels a little hard and it feels a little clunky right now, it'll work. There's people to help you. Okay, next slide. Okay, not going to go into this, but quickly say we have 11 regional offices around the state. We have front-facing operations. Some of you may know where they are in your communities. I hope you do. We did some restructuring in the last 4 or 5 years. We have hired and put in place a business services manager. So at our level, we have a person who's really supporting the staff in our regional offices that are working with businesses, which is a fairly part of restructuring new piece, because frankly, our business customer is our busiest customer right now, right? Things shift. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years. There was a time when we had job seekers lined up in our lobbies and we didn't know what to do with all of them. That's certainly not what we're dealing with now. So having a business services manager has been very helpful. And then over time, what's happening is in these regional offices, he is identifying a team. So there are people deployed out in these 11 offices that can support businesses. And I'll tell you some of the things they can help businesses do. This is just about like what workforce development is, because that's one thing that I think is really important to define a little bit. We use that term, but like I think about who really understands what it is? And so I think the commissioner gave a really high level note about what it is, but essentially we're really supporting two customers, our job seeker customer and our business. And we're working to try to match and make the best matches that we can, and using the tools that we have in our toolkit to make that all happen. So, you know, workforce development is a little complex and it's a very used term, but that's what we're talking about. This is a great slide. And I think what I want to point out about this slide is that as a business or as someone who is in need of workforce, it's not like you can be like waiting at the end of a pipeline or a tunnel for us to just drive up and dump a bunch of people off. That's, you know, there may have been a time that that was how it worked, but that's not really the model and it's not really reality anymore. So I don't know if I'm in your way. Am I in your way? Okay, hold on. I'm going to move. Sorry. So this is just a good graphic, I think, that shows we are kind of the folks in the workforce development world that are trying to support supply. We're trying to help individuals find their career pathway, assess their talent, skills, abilities, and then get prepared. And then, you know, at some point, somewhere in the middle, there's a hire that happens, and that hire can lead to further training. But, you know, you can see this sort of like we have to meet in the middle. And then on this side, we need business to continue to train, continue to coach people, continue to upskill. And the goal of that, of course, is retention, because Christine gave some stats about, you know, the cost of the turnover is, you all know this. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. So I like to share this graphic. Our partners at Vermont Talent Pipeline created it, and it's something that I don't think we can share enough. So, okay, next slide. Okay, back to what we do. So everything's free. Your contributions take care of what we do. And then things that I think are really maybe not known, but for you, and then for all of the people who become your sub-awardees and contractors. And again, I'm going to apologize way in advance because I'm not completely clear about who's getting money and who's going to do work and all those different pieces and parts. But for anybody in this system, these are the things that we do. So some of you may be familiar with Vermont JobLink. That is our employer database. It's basically the database that manages the body of job seekers to the jobs that exist. And one of the things that happened, especially during COVID, is as a state, as the administration in Vermont said, we need to know like where all these jobs are. Now, as an employer, you have lots of choices about how you post your jobs, and I would encourage you to use every resource and tool that you have in your toolkit to make it happen. But we would love it if you would use Vermont JobLink as one of them, because it doesn't cost you anything. And it's kind of where the planners and people who are looking for data go to. So we can assist. The system works pretty easily. If you've had challenges with it, we have staff that can help you. You have to set up an account. You have to be vetted. So your employers, either the contractors or the subcontractors, they have to be vetted, which means they need to meet certain core criteria, which are basically going to help make sure that everybody's lined up with all those rules that Amelia and others have talked about. We have offered hiring events. We offer job fairs. We get it. Like we get it. We get the challenge, and we're trying to be innovative and try new things to figure out where to find the people. One great example that I'll share is that this summer we've run two, or we're running one this coming Wednesday, but in June we ran one at the Lake Monsters ballpark. It's like, you know, what is there? There's probably 4,000 or 5,000 people. We invite employers to come in. You know, they might get a few really positive contacts in that period of time. And so I think what we're seeing is some of the tried and true recruitment processes may not be as effective. And so we're just trying to come up with great ideas, and we'll partner with you on those. If you have a great idea, we'd love to hear it. will help you write your job descriptions. One of the tools that ties to the bullet down below about labor market information and wage data. Hopefully you all know about our ELMI, labor market information site. It's incredibly packed. It's packed with a lot of information, helps businesses to say, here's the job I'm looking to describe. This is the kind of competitive wage rate for the area, although Vermont's being small, really only has 3 areas. We have the North, the South, and then we have Metro Burlington. We'll support people who need some help with writing job descriptions, coming up with how to be competitive with your wage rates. We can refer applicants to you. That's basically the matching process that goes on. Some of our work that happens in the JobLink system is self-service. So some job seekers create their account. We never see them. They're out there using our database just like they would Monster or Career Builder or any other LinkedIn, any other system. So we can't guarantee we screen everybody because some people find their way to you without ever having spoken with us. And we needed to add that feature because that's kind of the reality of how people want to do their job search. But we do have certain candidates that come our way through referrals that we can pass on. I'm going to flip the bottom to work opportunity tax credit. You probably already all know about this, but there are certain target groups of individuals that if you hire those individuals, there are tax credits that are available. This is an IRS program. Our department has a part in it because we basically process the applications and say, yes or no to the tax credit, but it is an incentive for hiring. And then I want to come back up to on-the-job training. Actually, let's go to the next slide because I think I get into, yes, okay. So our federal funding that we receive, and I will say too, for people that don't know this, the Vermont Department of Labor is primarily federally funded. So we don't get a lot of state workforce money. We get most of our workforce development money from the federal government under a program called the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. We call it WIOA because everything has an acronym and everything gets a cute little name. And under WIOA, it's basically, it is funding, but it's also a system. It's an important system for you to know about because the system includes some very core partners. The 3 core partners to the WIOA system are the Department of Labor in Vermont, Hireability in Vermont, which some of you may know of. They're the vocational rehabilitation arm of workforce development in Vermont, and adult education and training. And I think maybe Chris will talk a little bit about his partnerships there. So WIOA offers training assistance for short-term training to qualified individuals. So this funding will meet the needs of many people. It will especially meet the needs of the people that we're talking about in some of the work that we're thinking about around those folks that are on the fringe currently of the workforce. Maybe they have some barriers to employment. They've not traditionally been engaged in the workforce, or they've kind of fallen out of the workforce for one reason or another. Those people that need that extra assistance to get back into the workforce and into good jobs, in demand jobs, will be eligible for WIOA money. And that's all handled at a participant level through our 11 job centers around the state. We have training programs that take the form of classroom instruction. And I really want to talk about on-the-job training for a second. So on-the-job training funding is basically a contract between us, the Department of Labor, on behalf of an eligible individual and an employer. And the way this works is, you're working through your recruitment process, you've identified candidates. We work together to come up with some sort of a referral and screening process, and we determine that the individual would be eligible for these training funds. We can enter into a contract with the employer to reimburse up to 50% of the trainee or the new employee's wages. Now, it's important to note that this is primarily available for new hires. We don't do this as much with incumbent workers, but we partner really closely with the Agency of Commerce, who has some incumbent worker training funds through the Vermont Training Program, which if you've ever engaged with John Young, he's been doing it for years. He and I have been doing these dog and pony shows around the state for a long time and talking about how WIOA funding with OJT and Vermont Training Fund funding for incumbent workers can kind of fit together. The other thing that's really important, and this is, I think OJT has been a little bit underutilized because the labor market has been so tight that people are hiring. Like they don't have time. They say, you know what, here's someone, they're at my door. They showed up for an interview. They're here today again on time. They must be great. So we're going to hire them. And the one thing, and we totally understand that, and we need to do a better job of getting the word out about OJT, which is why I'm so excited to be here to talk to all of you today. But in addition to the contract between us and the employer to support the training of the individual, we have supportive services for that individual. So say this individual is someone who, you know, has been on public assistance and doesn't have the resources to get the right work clothes to get started, or the work boots, or, you know, maybe they need some help with books for a class or childcare. We can make the connections and help with support services to keep your workers working. So when you go back to that kind of graphic that I showed, retention over here, our WIOA funding is really about, you know, supporting retention too, because if we can get the right hire made, provide some reimbursement for the offset costs of training that individual, and then break down any of those big barriers that come up for people so that they can stay working, we've really, you know, we've come a long way to kind of getting your workforce settled and moving in a good direction. Youth employment is a priority of ours. It's a priority of the governors. So there are some additional resources for young adults under the age of 25. Okay, so how does this all fit to apprenticeship? Vermont, okay, in the United States, apprenticeship is handled in a couple of different ways across the country. Oh, question? I'm sorry, yes.
This is Matt McKinney again. I appreciate the value you shared and the importance of WIOA. I think as it relates to the supportive services, you talked about the importance of timing of hire. Can you just spend a minute for everybody in the room to talk about the importance of that timing and like a sequence that has to happen so people are eligible?
Yeah, that's great, great question. So I think WIOA can really work two different ways, although because we aren't seeing a lot of walk-in traffic, the first way probably isn't the most likely model. But if there's an individual that we come across, and I should have said, the Department of Labor is also doing a lot of what we're calling labor on location, because we know that people aren't finding their way to resource centers like they may have years ago. So we go to libraries and we go to community centers and recovery centers and different places in the community to try to connect with people. So if we meet someone in one of those spots, we start working with them, we do some assessment with them, look at the career pathway, do some career pathway work at the beginning, and they are determined eligible for WIOA services. Then the conversation moves to, what do you want to do? Where do you want to work? Here's a list of potential employers with some of the jobs that you're interested in. And then there's a job development process that could go on where we might reach out to an employer on behalf of a job seeker that says, I'm working with Sally and she's interested in this work. She would be eligible for some on-the-job training offset, and that begins the process. That's one way it happens. And by doing it that way, we can kind of control the timeline because Matt's right. We can't enter into an OJT contract after you've hired the person. So then the other way it could work is you have your jobs posted with us, you're in communication with your business services person in our office, and you reach out and you say, you know, I've done some interviews and I've got 3 people that I've talked to that we're really interested in. Could you set up times to meet with those people? And we can figure out how that can work either in a group or get them lined up for an individual appointment in one of our regional 11 centers. And then the process can move a little quicker because we call that actually a reverse referral, where you've found your candidate and what you're saying to us is, we really want this person, but they don't meet all the skill requirements that we have. And we know it's going to cost some money to get them in the door and up to kind of that first level that we need them to get to. So that's the other way it can work. But the one thing to take away about all this way it works is we have to enter into an OJT contract before they start work. You think that's clear? Okay. Now that's super helpful. Okay. So in the US, am I doing okay on time? I don't want to take all of Chris's time. Okay. In the US, apprenticeship is done a couple of different, it's not done a couple of different ways, but it's approached differently. I think of the 50 states and however many territories, about half and half either are associated with the Federal Office of Apprenticeship. So their apprenticeships are registered through the federal office. There's federal staff that work in those states. Vermont is a state apprenticeship agency. So we're the other half. We work differently. And that means that the Department of Labor is the entity that will register an apprenticeship in the state of Vermont. Okay, so there's that. We have a team which is growing. I'm gonna, full transparency, when I took over apprenticeship, we needed a director. We had one program specialist. Some people know them as ATRs. We had one of those people. So here's where we're at. We have a new director who's amazing, comes with apprenticeship background, work-based learning background, doing a great job. We still have one ATR or program support specialist, and we're under recruitment for a second. So we are really committed to growing this. And so when I say we support employers and sponsors to determine whether registered apprenticeship is the right fit, we want to be able to do that. However, what I will say is I am incredibly grateful for the partnership of WIA here, because we also recognize that we're not experts in every industry. We couldn't possibly be. And so when the federal government has made investment with an intermediary like WIA, they're going to be able to support you and then bring it to us to say, here's the program. Does it fit your needs? If it does, okay, then we're going to go ahead and get it registered and you can start making this happen in the state of Vermont. You're going to hear a lot about apprenticeship later, and wouldn't claim to be the expert, but just a couple of things about it that you need to know is that there's an on-the-job learning component that's required. You have to have an on-the-job learning component. People have to be supervised. There have to be competencies outlined. We're going to keep track of how that all works. Again, WIA has this all figured out. And then there's related training and technical instruction. When it comes to the related training and technical instruction, there's often a cost involved. And this is where I want you to take this thought away, which is, as you are thinking about requesting these funds and know now that you have the opportunity to build the workforce development component into your proposal, we need to try to make it available to you, like to be able to estimate what costs might look like, because you can build that into your proposals. So it's a really exciting time, and it's a little bit different than it has been, because frankly, a lot of training dollars used to come to labor, and then we would have to figure out how to get them out. What I'm liking about the way it's working now, although it makes me kind of like a little uncomfortable because it's such a change, is that the money's out there in your court, and you can decide how you want to design your training programs. So again, in partnership with the VCBB and WIA and others here, you should be able to have a pretty good idea of how much things are going to cost you and what you want to build into your plans as you go. Okay, all things apprenticeship are managed in a system called Rapids. Won't bore you with those details, but we can help you manage that process. Some people get a little bit uneasy about, oh my gosh, another database I have to deal with. It's really not that hard, and we can support you in that process. And then the other thing that I think Matt brought up, but I'll just say that we haven't been able to be super active in, but we're moving to this, is we will be monitoring and evaluating the registered apprenticeship programs in Vermont. It's a requirement. And so the fact that we weren't doing it, shame on us. But he mentioned, and this is a really important statement, if you build your registered apprenticeship program, your affirmative action, your EEO plan, a lot of the things that you're going to need to meet all the requirements are kind of baked into it already. So it's a good thing to know. Anything else? Any questions about the process? What I want you to take away is that the Department of Labor is really the registration agency, and we're going to lean heavily on industry experts who are going to build the programs and help us. Couple ways to reach us. There's all these phone numbers, which I get, and you'll have the slide deck. We also have this online form you can complete, and it gets routed through the power and magic of forms to the right office, and someone there can be in touch with you. I do want to say that if this stuff gets bogged down and contacts don't work for you, you also have my contact information on the front, and I'm happy to break down any challenges that you have in making the right connections. Any questions or, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Nice job. So just to piggyback a little bit on what Cindy said, we've hired the WIA to help get through this program. So the registered apprenticeship program is flexible based on what you may already have in place. There are certifications we can work with you on. And when it comes to the RAPID system, all this gets registered in this RAPID system, which is a federal database. But we've hired WIA to help you set up that system. And, it's like any other new software system. It's a little intimidating at first, but once you start running it, it's like running Microsoft Word or something. I guess I shouldn't talk about Microsoft today, should I? Next, we're going to have Christian D'Amato present. And I'll say North Country Career Center has really, working with one of the CUDs, has developed a program which is really kind of a kickstart to the apprenticeship program. So we want them to talk about a great success.
Thank you, Christine. And usually when I'm referred to as Christian, somebody's yelling at me. So I just can take a minute to relax. This is my mom and my wife, usually. So North Country Career Center is a part of the network of CTE centers, career and technical education centers across the state of Vermont. Here's a map. This presentation, I'll stop here for a sec. This presentation will be on the website, and all of these are links. There's a link of the interactive map for your local CTE centers. So wherever you live in Vermont, you can click on the logo and it will bring up a list of programs. Each CTE center, each industry is broken into 16 different career clusters, and these are the definitions of those clusters. When you click on, say, Randolph Tech, I can't remember. I know they have a diesel program. I can't remember what other things they have there, but I am sharing this information with you because each CTE center has student organizations that have community service requirements. When you get into your digital equity work, or you're looking for some work-based learning opportunities where you need students, you need somebody to do something, whether it's a project or if it's an actual position, you talk to our work-based learning coordinators at each CTE center, and we can help you with your community service outreach or provide some sort of work-based learning. That being said, we can go to the next slide. I forget. I don't have to click. Okay. At each tech center in Vermont, there's somebody responsible for providing training to adults. That's my job. There's 4 of us that are full-time dedicated to adult training. And those are in blue. And the numbers on the screen are how many students or IRCs we awarded and help people earn. And you can see the correlation minus Essex. Essex is full is halftime and he still gets 300 people, but that's Chittenden County. But you can see the difference between somebody's full-time dedicated and sometimes half dedicated. The having had that job at other tech centers where there's a slash in your title. Whenever there's a slash in your title, there's one priority, and the priority for my other colleagues is running the high school component of the CT center. But I'm lucky enough to have full-time. When my director's not here and there's a discipline issue, I take care of that, which is fun. But my job is full-time, dedicated to workforce development, and as are a few other people. We all belong to the Vermont Adult Career and Tech Ed Association, and we meet on a regular basis. We work together. If what we develop here can be replicated anywhere with the cooperation of our association. That being said, each CTE center has different resources. We're blessed in Newport to have the Land Lab, and other places don't have that, but we share curriculum back and forth. We send instructors back and forth, and we work together really well and very fast. And if I'm not sure who's running the computer at this point. I mean, like, could you click on what we offer on that video link? This is a quick, just a quick video of what the association offers across the state. Right here. Usually I have something in my hand and I'm about ready to sing Joe Cocker's version of Get By With a Little Help. My friends.
The road to high-wage, high-growth jobs in Vermont is paved with technical education and training. In fact, according to Advance Vermont, 100% of Vermont's high-paying, high-demand jobs require
We can just skip that, and it's yeah, we can the link will be in or on the website eventually. So it's a really quick video. We offer a lot, anything from welding. I have a sewing class. My department's called, oh, we can go to the next slide. My department's called Workforce and Personal Development in Vermont. We include personal development because sometimes, like pottery, we have a pottery class, or sewing. In Vermont, that line between is this a job or is this a hobby is very thin sometimes. I offered a wood fire pizza, how to build a wood fire pizza oven class. And from that, 2 businesses popped up. And at North Country Career Center, we have 13 programs. This is our program. And you can go to the next slide. Next slide, Amelia. Oh, sure. Okay. Did anyone go to CTE when you were in high school? Did you access the CTE centers? No, okay. Okay. Yep. We're good. I can't remember where I was, but just go ahead and go to the next one. Yeah, could you go back one more? Okay, yeah. CTE. Okay, and now to the next slide. In CTE, we have a couple sayings. We try to get the right student in the right program for the right reason. And we spend a lot of time getting to know our students, getting to know who they are as people, and then we help guide them. There's oftentimes where equity becomes an issue. I really want to be a nurse. And, you know, the stigma of men in nursing still exists. And on the flip side, we have a number of women who are advancing themselves and their families by entering into more of the licensed trades where welding, CDL, electrical, in Vermont particularly, all of those high-paying jobs historically, men sit in those jobs. Men go to work at the high-paying jobs because they're licensed and they're trades based. We spend a lot of time developing space for non-traditional students to move into those careers, and there's gobs of examples where we have success in both of those. Statewide, you know, there's other organizations you can hear from. Vermont Works for Women. We just wrapped up a training in Newport where we had 7 or 8 women show up, and we did a construction with them. You know, we spent 2 or 3 weeks showing them tools and allowing them to pick up anything in the shop and work with it. And that's exactly what they did. They, you know, group of women, no one's ever let them pick up a saw. You know, and and they walked out and they made Adirondack chairs, and it was really cool. And then they worked on a house project that we're building as well. Other things that's going on, for VTrans has grants for women and minorities to get their CDL. And every now and then, you know, in the wintertime particularly, you're like, oh, that was a woman driver who went by in the snowplow. You know, like, oh, you know, and when you start looking for things, you start finding them, and it's kind of cool. But there's a huge equity issue in CTE that we try to address and make sure that women and other folks have access to these programs, but also feel safe in them. So we spend a lot of time with our instructors and our students, making sure that they understand the workplace etiquette and safety, and not just physical safety, but emotional and all of that sort of thing. Next slide, please. All right, something that's really important in CTE is career pathway development, and this is we continue to work on this one for nursing, but this is something that we could offer the telecommunication industry as well. For years, our North Country has offered an LNA program. Then at some point, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, the industry came up with a new credential, which is called a medicine nursing assistant. A medicine nursing assistant is an LNA who works in a long-term care facility that only hands out medicine. And that position alone was developed so to reduce the amount of mistakes made at a nursing home with medicine. And we support industries by developing pathways to the highest level of education, and we can support students in that as well. So that's something that we can offer folks in this room in the telecommunications industry. Is that what we call ourselves? Is this the telecommunication? Okay, thank you. Okay. Statewide, regions or districts, depending on which agency you talk to, we get together twice a month. In Newport, these are the folks who get together on a regular basis. We call ourselves the Northeast Kingdom Workforce Partners, and these are the folks other than North Country that show up. Department of Labor, Corrections, Hireability. NEKLS is our adult basic education provider, and then Northeast Kingdom Human Services. All these people, all these organizations have many hats, but when we get together, we're focused on getting people jobs. And so twice a month we get together. Weekly, we get a jobs report of new available jobs in the area that are interesting. This is an important resource for you across the state. There is a person in each district that is called the business account manager. And if you don't know who your local business account manager is, you should, because they can help develop all of the things that Cindy referred to with on-the-job training. Factory, well, we do factory tours all the time, but for the employers, really getting an understanding of who you're looking for and what person you're looking for beyond the pulse test. Okay. So we meet all the time, and and they help me as an educator come up with, this is a list of classes that we find that we need. Sometimes we offer like cashier, how to be a cashier, and there's still people, there will always be people that need that refresher. And they provide a lot of services ancillary to employment. Okay. CTE, adult CTE, everybody in the Vermont Adult Technical Association likes to respond to industry. And this is a quick outline of how we did that. Back in October, we received a phone call from an industry partner, and it was our first conversation. Through that, we defined the need of what training what training is needed for that partner, what they're looking for. And then we clarified details with their contractors. So we talked to guys off the truck and say, what is it y'all are looking for? And we expanded on a few things. And then my job was to coordinate and find and contract with all of our instructors. And then between October and May, we got that all buttoned up, in addition to building a road and then building a pole yard. We were really lucky to have a heavy equipment program at the location at our land lab where the pole yard is. And it was great for our high school kids to build the road. And they built the road in 4 days. because Vermont Electric Co-op was coming, and they were, so it'd be great if we had a road so we don't get stuck out here. Of course, it was May and it was raining. And they did get stuck. And it's really funny to watch 18-year-old guys turn into 40-year-old men standing around watching a bulldozer tow the truck and then tell each other how it should be done when they're out actually doing it. It's really funny. So this was developed really fast. And go to the next slide. So in our conversations with the contractors and our industry partner, we came up with these topics. We started with OSHA 10. We used Associated General Contractors of Vermont. Does anyone know Dick Wabi? If you don't know Dick Wabi, you should. He makes OSHA 10 hour into OSHA 15 minutes. When our high school, we was at the land lab classroom, and the high school students were around, and they heard yelling and stuff, and they were saying, "Mr. D'Amato, what's going on in there?" And I said, "That's OSHA 10." I said, "That's not the OSHA 10 we took," because the Wabi experience is something to behold. Every time I talk to Richard, I learned something. This time, what I learned from him is feed your students. Keep them on campus. Don't let them go. Feed your students, and it really made a difference. We got to spend time with the students in a less than formal situation. You learn a lot about who they are. They didn't realize they're kind of on a job interview, and so that was kind of interesting to watch. Then the next thing we did, we hired a local logger to talk about rigging and moving things and tying knots. And we thought it would be a good idea to include CPR and first aid. You're going to be out in remote Vermont. You need to be able to take care of each other. Things slowed down to a crawl. Are there any fiber splicers in the room? Does anyone ever splice? Okay. So you know that when you hit fiber splicing, everything slows down. And we nearly lost a couple of students with the frustration. That's very, very delicate work. And these weren't very delicate guys. And they just happen to be all men. Bucket truck operations, grateful for industry partners to be able to supply a bucket truck. Though CTE has a lot of equipment, we don't have everything. And so when industry shows up and says, "We need this," and I said, "Okay, but this is what I need from you to provide that," that was part of what we were doing. Another part that was harder to find was, okay, who's going to teach this? I can advertise the heck out of a class, but if I don't know who's going to teach it, you're going to have to guide me to those teachers. The problem with that in Vermont right now is, in order to pull a splicer out of the van or a guy off the bucket truck, he's not getting stuff done. They're not getting stuff done. So we hired a contractor, BTS, Better Training Solutions, out of, I don't know, every time they call me, there's a different phone number from a different state. They're across the country, and Tim, the guy in the video, came up from Houston, and he did a great job. And of course, the highlight was pole climbing. You saw how much fun they had throwing the ball around. He kept yelling, "I'm paying you to use both hands." So, let go of the pole, get comfortable up there. And that's where you saw them tossing the ball around. And it was a lot of fun. And then we had a workshop around communication, leadership, and teamwork. In retrospect, we will bookend the training with these topics, introduce some strategies on teamwork and communication at the beginning, and evaluate how we did at the end. But this was what we did. It was 80 hours over 3 weeks. Okay. And it was a long slog. I wasn't there for the entire 80 hours, but I was there for a good chunk, and got to know these guys really well. And I'm learning new industry. I don't do this. Yes, ma'am.
Sherry Richardson, Eustis Cable. Was this a one and done program, or now that you have the yard, et cetera, are these programs that you're going to be rotating on a regular basis?
That absolutely. That's the plan. The yard, so and just a quick story. These two poles are really close to the school building at the land lab. Our natural resources instructor teaches loggers how to climb trees. It's a little different than climbing poles, but we don't happen to have trees right next to the sugar house, and he's got a sugar house and a sawmill right next to each other, and having 16 kids occupied all the time is hard. So we wanted to put some poles there, but then that triggered some other things. This is Northeast Kingdom, so everybody knows everybody. And when we talked about putting a pole yard or a climbing pole, somebody's related to somebody, and they said, "Hey, wouldn't it be great if we had a whole pole yard?" And there's pictures of that, but we're here. Again, we need a pole yard. I said, "Okay, we have the land. What are you bringing?" And they said, "Well, we'll contribute money to that." And VEC also donated. They have a program where they donate. Is it just labor, Christine? Do you remember if it's just labor? Or... We paid a bunch of money, but the chunk of it was covered by VEC and our industry partner. Yeah. So our intent is to have that yard available for further training. And so here we go. How do we pay for this? Employers showed up who needed training. They contributed to the building of the pole yard and committed to sending their employees. So that, I'm going to repeat that. They committed to sending their employees and paying the tuition for the training. Okay. This wouldn't have happened if it didn't. This whole enterprise is a brand new program, brand new infrastructure. I couldn't take the risk of filling a class of 10 people and possibly not making that money. As it was, we built it out as a 10-person class and set the tuition at that. Between our industry partner and the workforce group that I talked about earlier, workforce partners, we came up with 7 of 10. So I took a little bit of a hit. Our industry partners paid a little bit more for a little bit less students. I think they sent 4 or 5 students. I was 1 short of my goal of 4. But we were not going to let this slide because of 1 or 2 students. This is definitely something that needed to happen. So showing up with resources and committing to sending people. Industry has to train the people if they want them trained. Individually, each student applied for the VSAC advancement grant. All of these are links. The advancement grant is a wonderful program where if a training does not end in a degree for a Vermonter, VSAC picks up the bill up to a certain amount. And our training was well within that amount. There are three avenues. The advancement grant is you have to apply for the advancement grant. You might not qualify for that. You get a credential of value scholarship. If you don't qualify for that, there is something called a forgivable loan that VSAC came up with. It's like, if you are still working in Vermont when that loan comes due, you don't have to pay. And it's like, okay, that's cool. And so VSAC can cover a whole bunch of people. You heard a lot, Cindy talk about WIOA, and WIOA is bigger than there's a link. You can spend days learning WIOA, or you can just call Department of Labor and they will help you through it. But all of the all of the folks who were eligible to take this program through WIOA got their tuition paid for, got a voucher for some nice Chippewas, big, the big logging boots that are sturdy and you can climb with, and any PPE that offered. Industry partners also provided money for that if they were outside of this qualification. In addition, Hireability Vermont, there's a number of, I don't remember the breakdown of who was funded by what organization, but a couple of our students were actually earning a paycheck while they took the class, paid through the state, through Hireability. And it was, it makes them 80 hours, man. I couldn't just say, hey, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go get trained for 80 hours. I couldn't do that. And it's, it's hard to ask somebody else to do that, but we know that it ends with possibility of career. And then I'm glad Cindy referenced the Vermont training program. It doesn't fully fund training of incumbent workers, but it does do some offsetting of that, of the cost of training. So these are all important resources, again, on the link on the website on probably Monday. Next slide. What could this look like for you? I would start with calling your local CTE center, said, hey, heard D'Amato talk the other day, and he said that we can help out. There's this thing called PEAT. PEAT is a storage unit, what is PEAT? Like a roll-off container full of stuff. It's a toy box for fiber optic training. Okay, so they have splicers, they've got climbing gear, they have what you need. We could bring it to you. We can define that module that you're looking for. The splicers travel easy. Other things, I don't even know what is in the box, really. I don't know what's in the box. I know that there are things that can be shipped to you. And then there's climbing gear. There's, if there's a climbing yard nearby, whether it's at VEC or another electric co-op, they may have a climbing yard that we can rent or whatever. And you're more than welcome to make the trip up to Newport. I would recommend consecutive days because these skills are repetitive. The splicers in the room know this. It's muscle memory. You got to train and train and train and train, and it's repetitive. Having consecutive days, there was so much advancement from day one. It was day one to day three. The students made so much progress and got so much faster by the just by the day three. If you space out your training over weeks, you're going to have to start at zero nearly every time. And again, we had a great climbing yard in Newport. It's beautiful. And it's available. So, and we go to the next slide. Here's my contact information. If you want to start with me, I can put you in contact with the adult ed coordinator of the CTE centers across the state. Like I said, we work together really well, and we all have each other on speed dial and cooperate really well. Oh, there's Amelia.
Chris, Amelia De Jesus, WIA. So really, I wanted to make a comment because I think it's commendable that your program is so agile, right? You talked about starting the program with industry, which cooperation with industry, key. But starting the program in October, running through May, so 7 months having a program up. So I think that's fantastic, especially with the cooperation of industry. And now employers have a program that's available that they can leverage. Is that typical? So if other employers have different programs that they want their employees to be trained on and engaged, how typical is that?
I've been in education across the state and different parts of the country, and our association is really fast acting. You know, I've worked in higher ed. If you go to what used to be VTC, they were like, hey, we want to do this program, and and I understand the academic process of building something, but it takes a long time. It takes a lot of approval. Our association contacts industry. It's like, who does this training? Where do you get it? And we go for it. You know, we don't need the Carnegie hours that higher ed needs. And we have connections to industry and industry associations that feed our information, and we can be pretty fast. And yeah, so that we did that same thing with the M&A program 8 years ago, maybe.
I think that's fantastic. Thank you.
Deb Bennett with WIA. So since the program has been approved for use and delivery at North Country, does that mean an expedited start if any of the other career centers want to use the same program?
I think that we can be creative in doing that. Our association has a number of models where, like our phlebotomy class, our teachers in St. Albans, but our students are online somewhere else. So if we are the WIOA approved provider, all these titles, we can call it a North Country program, but it's happening in Bennington. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. That's great. Before I introduce Miriam Ohm from VOSHA, I want to talk about my experience with VOSHA. September 26, 2006 was the worst day of my life. And it changed my life. And that's because at 6:05 in the morning, I got a call from the dispatcher. I was from Vermont Electric Co-op. I could tell we had a serious problem because just the way he spoke. It turns out we had one of our veteran line workers who received a serious electric shock from a 34,500 volt line. I asked, who have you called? He said, I called emergency. You're the second person I called. So I called the human resource director and the chief engineer and said, I want to meet you on site at 9 o'clock. So and I was a CEO doing classic CEO stuff prior to that. And when I came on site, I looked at this switch and I scanned the switch for a ground. There was no ground. Serious violation. It was, and I also looked at where the switch height was. It was way above the person's head. And then I looked over at the substation that was supposed to be completed, and none of the grounds were bonded to the substation. Now, for those of you in the electric industry, these are serious violations. I said to myself that at that point, I thought the person died. Michael Heeman is his name. He lost both his legs. But I realized at that moment, I was responsible for the death of a line worker. Ultimately, he survived, but here's what happened. I immediately called the head of the Department of Public Service, and I said, I want to tell you that we are responsible for possibly a death. I don't care if I go to jail. This can never happen again. And then I handed the phone over to our chief engineer. I said, now you call VOSHA. You tell them the same thing. And from that moment on, we developed a great relationship with VOSHA. It turns out this line worker who could have, certainly the lawyers weren't going to put me on the stand, but certainly this line worker could have taken us, got all the money they wanted in the world. Turns out their family did not sue us because of how we responded, but they did sue the engineering company and won $21 million. So, and Michael Heeman to this day is a friend of mine. And when he retired, came to his retirement party, we have so much mutual respect for each other. So that's, I just want to say, VOSHA was my personal savior from that terrible moment in life.
Hi, my name is Mary Mullins. I am the Compliance Assistant Specialist with VOSHA. And I'm actually fairly new at this career. I actually graduated with a bachelor's in occupational safety and health in 2021 and then worked for a transformer installation company. So I was the safety coordinator there. So I know nothing about telecommunications. So please ask all the questions you want. I may not have the answer, but I have a cohort here who may also help me with this. So we'll go ahead and change the slide. So when it comes to telecommunications, they do have one regulation specific for telecommunications, which is in the General Standard 1910, and it is 268. This it encompasses when it applies to like the work conditions, practices, means, methods, operations, installations, and processes performed at like telecommunication stations when you're installing the line into the ground or in the whatever the electric lines or whatever, however you do it. It does not associate when it comes to the construction of like cell towers or anything like that. So it's just for when you're actually putting in the line. You can go ahead and change this slide. Other regulations that could pertain to it would be personal protective equipment, because obviously you're wearing personal protective equipment when you are installing, especially if you're climbing the poles. Also fall protection, main thing, because you want to make sure your employees don't fall, because that's the last thing you want. And then also any personal protective equipment, your lanyards, your harnesses, and also some general safety and health provisions. Now, this goes over a variety of stuff, and this we'll talk about when it comes to the training, but it could go over lockout, tagout, depending on how you guys have to approach an issue when it comes to the lines in telecommunication, or if you actually are working in a call center where you have to go and work on the equipment there. Also, it could be machine guarding. It could also be any other general health standard when it comes to telecommunications. Now, OSHA is very broad when it comes to what is actually required for your company, because your guys' jobs vary so differently. Whether you're working outside or whether you're working in a building. So OSHA does give the employer the opportunity to make that choice on what is actually going to be required for their employees to learn. And then also excavations, which is also a very big one. It's not only does it have a national emphasis program that OSHA focuses on, because we are trying to reduce the amount of excavation deaths because of the hazards that arise when it comes to excavation. So that is also a big one when it comes to your guys' installation. Go ahead and change. So training requirements, as I was telling you, this can vary. This is not all encompassing of what you guys are required, but it does vary with it. So fall protection, obviously, if your linemen are climbing poles, you're going to need that fall protection. PPE requirements, whether that has to do with an electric hard hat or rubber boots or gloves specific for how you guys pull your line. It just depends. Any electrical safety related work practices, because you are working around electric, they're going to need to understand what to do when they're working around electric, what they can and can't do, how close they can be to it, what kind of ladders they use specifically, stuff like that. Hazardous materials. This could be maybe you're working next to a chemical plant and you need to understand what happens if you guys come in contact with that. Could be a variety of things when it comes to your guys' jobs and your employees. Powered platforms, man lifts, vehicle mounted work platforms. We saw them going up into that boom,
the boom lift to get that person up to the top of the pole as opposed to climbing it. You need to understand how to run that properly and how to be safe when you are in it. How you harness up when you're climbing into that thing. I actually got to learn how to train on those man lifts and the boom lifts, and it was actually really interesting. I've driven in it twice, and I still to this day am a little terrified of it. Medical services and first aid. Who is required to have first aid? Not necessarily all employees need to be first aid certified. That can be on the employer's responsibility. Say you have a specific person on site that you have first aid certified, and you always have a first aid certified person on your work site. That can be up to your discretion, or you can train everyone and be covered completely. That is, that again, your discretion. And OSHA gives that to you. So then, because we know things cost money. And especially right now in this economy, you may not want to pay out that money to have someone have the whole group of people first aid certified. The general environmental conditions, this could, again, lockout, tag out, trenching and excavation, machine guarding, and confined space. So again, not all encompassing, but it is a general, these are things that you are going to be required if your employees are required to go into these areas or do these certain tasks. So you got to make sure to do a hazard assessment when it comes to your environment, your jobs, so that you know what training would be required for your employees. And this could be job to job basis. Maybe you don't do that specific task, like say you don't do excavations, but you have a job that's coming up that is required to do an excavation. You're going to have to do some excavation training, have an understanding of what are the hazards that come with an excavation and trenching, and make sure that your employees understand the hazards of that task. Okay, go ahead, Chance. Dig safe. It is actually a Vermont law that you call dig safe prior to an excavation anytime you're breaking ground. Here in Vermont, we require 48 hours to call dig safe. An additional, you also have 48 hours to call a non-member utility, which could be like sewer, water, municipalities. And then what you have to do is you also have to pre-mark the boundaries on where you're looking to dig. That way, because all the other utilities will come out and mark their area, and then you'll be able to dig appropriately. And then you'll just call dig safe, and then they will call the member related municipalities, and then you just have to contact the non. And the 48 hours does exclude Saturdays and holidays, I believe Sundays as well. Okay. Record keeping. I'm not sure how many employees you have, but there is a law that if 10 or fewer, you don't have to always keep track of it. But it is important to have your when it comes to like injuries and illnesses, that you have all that information reported to you. If you don't have 10 or fewer, you don't have to keep it like you don't have to like forward it on to OSHA, but you just keep it for yourself. Unless OSHA or the Bureau of Labor Statistics asks you to do it, that's when you would have to do it. That even goes for schools and everything. So unless you have a work related fatality, you do have 8 hours to contact OSHA. If it comes to a hospitalization, any amputation, and any loss of eye, that is a 24-hour notification to OSHA. And those are required for everyone and anyone that does have a fatality or hospitalization, amputation, or loss of eye. And those can just be contacted at the 1-800 number. You can actually, this is the contact information, but you can get onto osha.gov. When we had, I had an amputation at the workplace I worked at, and I had no clue what I was doing. And I just remembered, oh, I need to go to osha.gov. And I contacted, even though my supervisor was like, you should have talked to me first, but he didn't answer his phone. So I blamed him. So, but it's very easy. they say you need to get contact, but if you're going to get a voicemail, you might as well leave a voicemail. And that is what I did. And then they got back to me. So go ahead and change it. Do have to remember that when you are working in big construction sites, multi-employer does take place. And when it comes to multi-employer job sites, this could be, you know, telecommunications with contracting with the excavation company, and each different company could have multiple types, or it could just be a single type. So they have the creating employer, the exposing employer, correcting employer, and also the controlling employer. And the controlling employer is usually the employer that is the general contractor who's over the whole site. And they're the one who usually maintains order and makes sure everything is going according to plan. If an incident does happen, the creating employer is the employer who's the one that created the hazard. And this could be an excavation open where the slag is more than 2 feet away from it's less than 2 feet away from the edge. And the other employers who are laying the telecommunication wires are in the trench, and they could potentially be covered by that slag that's laying on the edge of that trench. The people who are inside the trench would be the exposed employers or employees to that hazard. And maybe they didn't create that. Maybe the excavation company created it and they're gone now off site. So they will be cited as the exposing. But if you allow your employees to go into that, knowing those hazards, then you would be considered the exposing. If you're the general contractor, you would not only be considered the controlling, but also the exposing, if that makes sense. And then the correcting employer could also be the controlling employer, someone who is authorized to make corrections, find hazards, and abate those hazards prior to their employees getting into any issues. So understanding and knowing that you could potentially be 3 types of employer when it comes to being cited by OSHA if an issue or an incident does take place. And even if your employees are not exposed to the hazard, you can still get excited if you are that controlling or correcting employer and you didn't make the proper steps to actually control those hazards. Okay. And now I am actually going to let it go to Sean Barth. He is actually here from Project WorkSafe, and he is very smart. So I'm going to let him take over for Project WorkSafe.
It's very kind of you, Miriam. Hey everyone, my name is Sean Barth. I am the industrial hygienist with Project WorkSafe. There's my contact information. We'll have to change this slide. Sometimes you put your personal cell phone number on there when you want it to be your work number, and then you say that publicly. So I probably won't pick up if you're not registered on my personal phone. It's 793-5072. So I come from Project WorkSafe. Everyone's heard of OSHA or VOSHA, I imagine. There's 2 other parts of OSHA, or the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. One is OSHA consultation. That includes me and 5 other individuals in the state. We provide free and confidential workplace health and safety consultations. We're also always available for free between 7:45 and 4:30 to answer any calls regarding workplace safety, OSHA compliance, things like that. What I do usually is I perform these sort of air and noise sampling assessments where I'll use pretty basic pieces of equipment to measure how much welding fume there could be in the air, how much solvents there could be in the air, or how loud a workplace could be. There are standards that permit workers to be exposed to certain concentrations of chemicals or certain levels of noise, but not to exceed those limits, or else bad things could happen 30 years from now. And then our number, importantly, is 188 SAFE YES. Very memorable. I would start with that number instead of this 802 number down here. to the next slide. So I say that our services are free and confidential. These consultations that we provide, they're almost identical to how VOSHA operates in the field. We have an opening conference where we'll learn about you, you'll learn about us, and then we'll tour your workplace. Workplaces can include general industry, manufacturing facilities, breweries, ski resorts, easy ones that come to mind in Vermont. And then we also visit construction sites, temporary workplaces, electrical substations we've been to. When we tour your facilities, we'll identify hazards potentially. Some of them will be potentially direct violations of OSHA regulations. Those that we identify, we ask to be fixed within a mutually agreed timeframe. That's 45 days from the day we're on site typically. That's a comfortable mutually agreed timeframe for us at least. So when I say we're free and confidential, the free part is sort of with an asterisk with the understanding that you're going to put in some time and resources, which have some cost to it, to correct these hazards that may or may not be in your workplaces. And then, well, I guess we'll close the conference, or we'll close the visit, sort of saying, you'll have to fix this, this, and this by this date. Within 20 days of us being on your work site, we'll provide you with a report. Do this slide. And in the report, we'll have a little summary of who you are, who we are, what the date is, what date we were on site, some nice formalities. And then we'll have a list of hazards to be corrected. This is an example of something we see all the time, is improper storage of respirators. So half mask respirators. These are full face respirators actually, but all respirators have to be stored in a neat and sanitary area. That way, when you put it back on your face, you're not exposing yourself to that dirt or chemicals that have deposited inside your respirator. So we see this. We'll ask you to create a system to clean your respirators, create a system to safely store them in a healthy way. And then within this mutually agreed time frame, you'll provide us this information back to us. So we'll have a description of the hazard, what we would recommend you do. And then this is from the employer. They provide the date that they corrected it before the correction due date, and a statement. It doesn't even have to be a sentence, noting what you did. And ideally, pictures are worth a lot more words. So we love pictures, but they're not required. So this person just put them in Ziploc bags, heavy duty Ziploc bags, totally fine. Next slide. And that's it. That's great. Any questions about OSHA, things like that?
What are the consequences? Oh,
That's a great
I,
question.
wait, I have to give my
Thank you.
name. Lucy Forte from VCBB. What are the consequences in to non-compliance or totally just
Yeah.
ignoring it?
Thank you for saying that. I totally forgot this really big point, and we would note this within our scheduling of our consultations as we're legally required to. If you do not provide us this information by this corrective action due date, we're required to refer you to VOSHA, the people that do issue fines for these violations of workplace safety and health standards. We do also allow for extensions. If we do grant extensions before that, we have to be provided with a little, I'm sorry, these are the circumstances that were occurring that sort of inhibited our ability to correct these hazards. So yeah, we would refer the case to OSHA. In the past 25 years, this has happened once. So we really work with employers to make sure that these are corrected. And there's an understanding before we leave the work sites that the things that we're asking you to correct you have the ability to do that. We're not telling you to invest thousands of dollars into some new ventilation system or something like that.
Apart from VOSHA, you don't work in conjunction, or do you?
No, entirely free, or sorry, entirely confidential. Everybody knows we're free now. Our operations are confidential from VOSHA. Before VOSHA opens up a visit, they could potentially call us, or if they open up a visit, an employer can say that we're working with Project WorkSafe. VOSHA would then call us to verify that that is true, and not 5 years ago. So, yeah.
Then that work site, if they're currently working with Project WorkSafe, will not be inspected if it's like a random inspection.
Yeah.
If it is a fatality or anything like that, they'll still inspect them.
Yeah.
But employee
Yes.
complaints as well, correct? But if they're just working with them and it's just a random one, then we will halt our inspection.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Should have communicated that. Okay.
Thank you. So to follow up on that terrible story I started with, there were two, I say it changed my life. There's two things we did. We became members of Project WorkSafe. And that was, that when you're running a large organization, that can be overwhelming at first. But I will tell you, they work hand in hand for us to improve all the situations. And the other thing I did is I realized, and this is really a message to all of you who are bidding, trust but verify. So I learned that being a CEO sitting in my office all day is not the way I should be managing. So I immediately met with staff and said, we're changing what I do. I need to free up 30% of my time so I can go out in the field and observe. And I did, you want to do it in a very collaborative way, but if you're, it's your values are determined with your feet. So at this point, we're going to take 45 minutes for lunch. Actually 44 minutes, but we'll be.
Program of recruiting from historically underrepresented or covered populations. And so we wanted to kind of open this up and get a little engagement here and ask if anyone wants to participate in telling us, what does diversity in workforce mean to you? Does anyone have ideas about how to do that? And maybe nobody does, because we're here to give you ideas, I guess. But it might not be what you traditionally think about. So what we're going to do, and we've said, we tell you what you need to do, and now we'll give you tips to do it. So we have some people who work with traditionally underrepresented populations. We're here to talk about their work and how they can help you all to recruit and do outreach to these populations that we want to bring into the workforce. And it's not just because of BEAD requirements, it's because we need more workers and you need more workers. And there's a whole pool of untapped workers out there. So it might take a little more creativity and some new methods, but that's what we're going to talk about today. So we do have 4 people joining us. We have 2 here now, and we moved the schedule around a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and start with the 2 panelists we have. VJ and Brian, if you could join us up here, and we'll just have you sit down. And the plan is each person will give a short presentation about their work, and then we'll have time for some Q&A and some directed questions. So I'll go ahead and start with VJ. I'll let you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your work.
Sure. My name is Vijay Desai. I represent a company called Technology for Tomorrow. We are a 501c3 nonprofit here in Williston, Vermont. since last 12 years. And we do teach technology to underserved population across state of Vermont and beyond, in fact, across the country. And our primary focus, our audience is older adults, new Americans, and people who are unemployed or underemployed. And even though technology training is our means to do our work, but our focus is how we can improve personal and professional lives of our audience and our participants, our trained learners. And 30 years back, I was myself an immigrant to this country, so I can relate this topic very, very well. These days, we all know that in Vermont, there are many new Americans arriving, and we are working with many community partners across the state of the Vermont, such as USCRI, ALV, AgeWell, CVOEO, et cetera, and help their membership teaching technology topics starting from extremely basic level to the advanced level, depending on where people are. So that is the introduction. I will go more in detail when we'll get into a conversation. Right?
Thanks. And I'm Brian Kravitz. I'm the Director of Outreach and Workforce Development at Central Vermont Adult Education. And I am representing the entire Vermont Adult Ed and Literacy Network, which I'll get to in a second. So the big understanding as I'm speaking with you today is that as you're thinking about these BEAD grants and how to engage underrepresented populations, that by partnering with your local adult ed and literacy provider, you can engage the underrepresented populations and immigrant populations and have higher success rates and bring people into your workforce. I'm really going to ask 3 questions throughout this. Who are we and what do we do? How can we help you engage and be successful in your training process? And what do we, how would it work? What we would need from you and how we would work together. So who are Vermont's adult and literacy providers? There's statewide, there's 4 providers. We're divided by county. Central Vermont Adult Ed covers Washington, Orange, and Lamoille County. There's Northeast Kingdom Learning Services, which covers Caledonia, Essex, and the other one, Orleans. Thank you. There is Vermont Adult Learning that covers, they cover 7 counties, starting from Franklin, Grand Isle, Chittenden, Addison, Rutland, Windsor, and one more. And then there's the tutorial center. If you ever have any questions, reach out to me and I will get you in touch. All the providers are all in on this. We would love to work with you. What do? We provide our students the tangible assets, the assets they need for success, right? There's 2 types of assets. There's tangible ones. Those are specific skills in reading, language, math. There's English language learning. There's high school credentialing. There's the skills needed for success in the workplace. And this is really important. And I think this is, as employers, we've all seen that people are lacking certain skills: time management, organization, self-confidence, which I'm going to get to later. Those time management and organization, they cross every boundary. We know that with our students, they cannot find success unless we work on those skills and they transfer over to the workplace. So those are the intangibles: time management, organization, self-confidence. So the next question is, how can we help you engage these populations? We already have a pipeline to these populations. Statewide, we serve about 2,000 students, and that's growing every year. Over 500 English language learners. Our students, they vary by county and area. Generally, 50 to 60% are unemployed. About 50 to 60% have a disability. 70% of our students have not graduated from high school. We are getting them high school credentials. Super important to do. So we have the pipeline. We want to work with you to provide our students, get them into that pipeline. And as you're doing recruiting, you might find that you have potential participants who really need some other services, and we're here for that. By working together, we're going to help you increase your pipelines and your completion rate and have a more successful workforce. We know how to break down those barriers that they have. And as I mentioned earlier, self-confidence is a major one with underserved populations. So many people, you can offer them these great programs and say, hey, we're going to train you. We're going to put you in an apprenticeship program. We're going to get you the skills and we're going to pay you well and you're going to have a great career. And in people's, it sounds great to us, but in many people's minds, they're saying, I don't even know where to start. There's no way I can ever do that. I've never been a success. I will tell you that that's one of those things that we work on. And our students, not all of them, but many come out of our program saying, I never knew that I could do anything and I can. And that is huge. That is the most important thing. And when you have an employee that has self-confidence and they're able to, they will be a better employee. So how does it work? Honestly, the best way it would work is if we're working with you. If you came to us and we worked with you, share your curriculum with us. And we can then pre-teach those students. If there's certain skills, if there's language skills, if there's vocabulary that they need, we will pre-teach it. At the same time, we will teach them those employability soft skills. We'll teach them things like email etiquette, like computer, how to use computers, all of those things that they need in the background that you're not doing in your apprenticeship program, but every one of your employees needs. And we are here for that. So, you do the cost benefit analysis on that. The reality is underrepresented populations are hard to engage. Work with us and we can help you engage them. What do we bring? We bring value at a very low cost. Depending on how it works, there may be costs, it may be free. Other than that, it's just time up front and willingness to collaborate with us to be successful with your program participants. So we can help you do that and you'll have higher outcomes. And that's about all I have to say. So thank you.
So I would simply add to Brian. Brian is absolutely correct and complete in whatever he said. There are three critical success factors I found working with this community. The first one, I think Brian touched on that. You have to meet where they are. They're not going to start with any program based on your standard templatized curriculum, right? So you have to understand where they are. So that is very, very important, number one. Number two, what we have done as a nonprofit to work with other community partners who has got number of services they cater to this community, such as housing, food, etc., childcare. So instead of me going only with the education offering, those women need to have childcare at the same time when I'm teaching them Facebook 101 as an example. So I have to work with, as an example, Vermont Works for Women organization we work with a big African population women, but we had the childcare at the location where we were teaching basic technology. So you have to understand that they, on hierarchy of the needs, the food, shelter, kids train are first before they learn digital skilling, as an example, right? So that is the important second critical success factor. And third and most important, I truly believe based on our success, we find a champion in the respective community within the community. So we find a person who knows us, who trusts us, and then we encourage him or her to learn and then bring people with that person. Because now I have got trust and rapport with that individual. So those are the three critical lessons I have learned over the last several years while working with this population. They are really good people. They are needy people. We all also need them to work with us. So I think it is win-win situation if we understand situation from their perspective instead of just going from our perspective. If we stop and understand who they are, where they are, and why they need XYZ, and what else they need at the same time, I think we can easily cater our training and or skill building, and they will be part of the workforce.
Okay. We have one presenter with us virtually. Is Jennifer on the line? She is. I'll turn it over to Jennifer and let her introduce herself and tell her a little bit. And she can tell you a little bit about her work. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. Hi, my name's Jennifer Hill. I'm an account manager with Working Fields. Working Fields is a staffing agency. Our main office is based out of here in South Burlington. We are a mission-driven staffing agency, so that means that we are oftentimes working with people who face barriers to employment. Sometimes that looks like criminal history, sometimes that looks like in recovery from substance use, sometimes that looks like access to housing, similar to what was just being discussed. Sometimes that looks like English as a second language, and just trying to connect to resources so that we can get new Americans into jobs that are the right fit for them. And we do all this by utilizing our peer coaches. So each person who gets placed in a job with us gets paired up with a peer coach, and all our peer coaches, as well, sorry, I'm overcoming a cold, which is why I'm not there in person. All our peer coaches, as well as all of our staff, are trained recovery coaches. And so not everyone we work with is in recovery, but that is often something that we come across. And so we do provide a lot of resources for that community, but we also call them peer coaches because they're there to support with other needs. Like those things like access to housing. We're getting a lot of people who haven't worked since the pandemic. So how are we helping them get back into the workforce, boosting their resume and getting them that experience? And we do all this in hopes of guaranteeing that they're going to go from a temp position with us and convert to a full-time position with our employer. So that really is our goal, which sticks us out different from other temp agencies. We're not just moving people around. We're really trying to help people gain their own autonomy and their own empowerment and their own career path. With that, we work with a number of referring partners across the state. We are also in parts of Maine, parts of New Hampshire, and a little bit of Massachusetts. So we're growing, which is very exciting. We're bringing on new staff, but we're connecting with referring partners across all those areas. So that means people who are working at treatment facilities are sending us referrals. Treatment court is sending us referrals. Housing agencies send us referrals. And then on the other end, we have our business development managers who are going out and meeting with clients, our employers, and talking to them about the opportunities that we can provide them with, solid employees and the support for when things come up through peer coaching, and working with them on that. And so each and every week we are out there meeting with referring partners and new clients, working to grow and really tap into this untapped workforce of people who are often cut out from it because of a criminal history, or they're struggling with their recovery and they don't have the right resources, but they're in a job and they need support. And so how can we help them navigate that and not lose their job, but also access the treatment and the support that works best for them? I think I will leave it there. And then if there's questions, I'm happy to answer them after.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Allison to introduce herself and talk about her work, and then we'll have time for some Q&A and some questions for her.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Is it on? There we go. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Allison Lamagna. I'm the Director of Impact at Vermont Works for Women. We are a nonprofit organization that actually we were founded in 1987 as the Northern New England Tradeswomen's Organization. And over the years, our mission has grown to encompass more specifically, or I guess more broadly, economic justice for women in Vermont. So we do this through advancing gender equity and systemic change in workplaces and educational spaces, but also through direct programming that supports women and girls at every stage of their career journey. But we have that history of trades, and so that sort of those roots continue today through some of our programming, encouraging exploration of trades and non-traditional careers through our hands-on programs. And this is a glimpse of what that looks like. So we have sort of three main areas of programming. Our career training and exploration starts in middle school with youth outreach and career exploration through the form of hands-on camps. We have a Rosie's Girls Camp that you might have heard of. It's one of our longest running programs. We have a career conference for high school girls. We have our hands-on trades training program, Trailblazers, for adult women and gender expansive individuals. And that program provides certifications and basic entryway into a variety of different trades focuses. So they get OSHA 10 training, they get basic construction and tools, they get a little bit of electrical, plumbing. We work, depending which region we're in and which partners are working with, we're able to offer different concentrations depending on what's available. So we've been able to offer solar installation, heat pump installation, heavy machinery at various programs that we've run. We also have one-on-one coaching and support for women at different stages of their career transition. And that's our employment and career services bucket of programming. That's one-on-one coaching, developing employability skills, resumes, interview skills, job search. We do that with any woman in Vermont, regardless of where they're at in their career journey, but we also do that in the women's prison facility in South Burlington, right over here. And so we have programs in the facility supporting women while they're there to gain skills and focus on, their transition out back into the community and what skills they're going to bring and what goals they have for employment. And finally, our gender equity services, which we'll highlight a bit on the next slide here. This is probably the area where we can support you all the best. So we have a team of individuals who bring training, awareness, workshops, consultation. We've done focus groups and resource groups with employers. We have a Gender Equity Advancement Roundtable. This is a quarterly virtual program that businesses can join, individuals can join, anybody can join. Right now we have state agencies, nonprofits, schools, tech centers, all that are members of this program, and we offer quarterly education, awareness, different topics around the workplace and gender that we talk about. And then we also have a pay equity toolkit that we worked on as part of a collaboration with some other women serving organizations in the state. And then finally, our equity and infrastructure framework, which is directly relevant and related to this funding opportunity with broadband and all the work that you're doing. I brought some examples of some hard copies here, but it's also available on our website. And this tool was developed in response to the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed in 2021. In a few months later in 2022, the Women's Bureau decided that this was a momentous time for promoting women in the trades, given that there is this focus on diversifying the workforce and making concerted efforts to expand what we think about as the workforce for trades careers. They awarded grants to a few tradeswomen's organizations around the country, and we were one of those organizations, and we all worked over the course of several months to identify some strategies that could really help support folks like you who might be applying for some of this federal funding. And so I'm going to just give a quick, very broad, high-level overview of a few of those, but really I encourage you to access this tool. This is free and available on our website, and we are available to be a partner to you to help you interpret, develop action steps that are appropriate and achievable for you, and work through that with you. So why should we do this? I think you probably already covered this earlier today, but these kinds of steps and strategies, doing things a little bit differently to attract underrepresented populations than you might have been doing in the past, it's the right thing to do, and it will help us as a state, as a community, address our labor shortage. The one thing that we know is that if we keep doing the same thing that we've been doing to recruit and retain people in the workforce, that in the trades workforce and workforces where women have historically been underrepresented, we're not going to see a change if we just keep doing it the same way. So there are some approaches that you need to take that are a little bit different. similar to what I walked in, what I was hearing you say about the populations you serve as well. So let's see, we can probably skip ahead to the next slide after this one. So a few of the things that are highlighted in our framework, there's sort of three main goals that will help us get there and help us change kind of what the workforce looks like. The first is really the long game, as we call it. So this is really getting out there and in front of young people, especially those who are traditionally underrepresented in the field. So in our case, we're focused specifically on girls and non-binary youth. So we run a series of programs that allow business and employers in Vermont to engage with this population, and we're always welcoming new businesses and partners to come and join us in those efforts. So for example, we have a career conference every fall for high school girls, and that's a great opportunity to be in front of kids and talking about what the career is. We say it's the long game because this is really investing in creating that awareness and opening doors and exposure for young people. We know that even by age 7, kids sort of have an idea of what careers are for them and what careers are really not for them, and are starting to be impacted by the gender norms that they see around them. So it's important for that long-term changing the face of the workforce to start early. So that is one set of strategies. The next is the recruitment of women. And so, like I said, just going around and doing things the exact same way, putting out your usual job posting might not do the trick to someone who's not even thinking about that as being an option for them. So there are some strategies you can take, the types of language you use, connecting into programs that are training women like ours and others, including statements right there in your job postings around diversity and encouraging underrepresented people to apply to jobs, thinking about how you onboard women and assign mentors and things like that. So there's a number of strategies in the recruitment process that can help improve those odds. And then finally, there's retention as well. So once you have women on board, what does it look like to really have an inclusive workplace where everybody who's there, regardless of gender identity, regardless of anything, feels really supported and really comfortable? And so there's a number of things that are recommended that will work. And I will mention that most of these work to retain women in the workforce, but also to retain other underrepresented populations as well. And the tool we have here goes a little more into detail with that. There's also a really great example from the Department of Transportation for this very same process of applying for these federal infrastructure law funding, depending on, it doesn't matter what sector you're in, really. I think the strategies are applicable across the board, but they created a really nice checklist for grant applications. And I hope it's aligned with what you all are doing, but I thought it was a great example. So I brought some of those, and that's also linked in the framework on our website. So if you're scrolling through our website and looking at that, there are live links that take you to different programs and tools that we're highlighting that could support and help you. But this one is really great. This calls out the 3 sort of components that they're focused on that guide contractors and folks through a checklist for your applications to make sure you're addressing these issues. And Heron, are you the one who's clicking? Okay, if you click a few more times, this slide is animated for another presentation, but if you keep going, just populate the whole thing. One more. All right, there we go. We also, know that to attract and retain underrepresented individuals in the workforce, you need to look at the company culture and the culture on the ground. And so there's a lot of different policies and things that you can adopt that will help make sure that you're having an inclusive environment for everybody. These are a few, and these are the things that we can help with. We're available to, as I said before, consult, train, teach, guide, bounce ideas off of. We can review job postings, look at them for language and other suggestions to make sure that they're aligned with best practices for attracting women and all genders. And we always kind of like to end with a big bang about the state of the workforce for tradeswomen. The Women's Policy Research Institute does, oh, and this one's animated too. You can click, there we go. Does research on what tradeswomen say they want and need. And this data was from their most recent survey. And so, you know, things are improving, and yet still a quarter to a half of them in the field are experiencing harassment and not feeling they're treated equally on work assignments and held to different standards. And so these are the types of things that we can eliminate through really good policies and really good practices and working together with community organizations that can support you to create those inclusive workplaces. So I have this information that I'll leave with you all, as well as my contact information here, and we are happy to talk with anyone who is looking for that kind of guidance and support.
Thank you so much. We will open it up for questions. If anyone has a question now they would like to ask. I've got some questions I want to ask, but wanted to turn it all over to you all if you have any. Christine.
I am going to make a statement and then see what the panel responds to this. My first statement is, you know, some of this might feel like do-gooder stuff, but I put my old CEO hat on and think, oh man, what do we got to do to get the program like this? But I'm going to tell you, as construction companies and ISPs, this is your competitive edge. When you think about what's coming, $42.5 billion in the economy. Somebody asked earlier on, well, what do we do? How do we get more? I said, pay more. Everybody's going to start paying more. It's going to be a food fight. It's going to be a food fight for employees all across the country. Then, you know, the other thing, you're all going to be basically paying the same amount for materials. So your gating item is going to be your labor. And how do you address that when you're looking at some of the lowest unemployment rates in history? So my address to the panel is putting my old CEO hat and say, you know, how can an employer take on a non-traditional workforce? So you think about the fact that, oh, you know, we post jobs and we get them hired. We go to CTEs and we do all this. That's the traditional way. But this is your opportunity. But for the panel, tell me how, as an employer, I could incorporate these into the workforce and what we need to do to change the culture. And I will tell you, I believe culture starts at the top. Is your executive director or CEO has to be committed to culture. The other way to say it is the fish rots from the head. But anyway, if you could talk about what needs to happen in company culture and how it can be most easily for these employers, how are they going to do this, right? How are they going to do this and make it work when they've got all these other stressors happening?
As I introduced myself, that I'm an executive director of Technology for Tomorrow nonprofit, but I also have a management consulting firm. That is where I make money to pay my bills. Okay, so I am an engineer. I've worked in management consulting field since last 25 years, along with nonprofit work on side. So I do hire people. I have a big team helping me in project management, process improvement side of the house. But answering to your question, I think there are 3 steps. One is the attract, recruit, and retain. And I believe all 3 are extremely important. You cannot ignore or value less comparatively between those 3 steps. We are a rural state. We all know that. We have got not enough people for this kind of potential projects. I do work in Vermont, not only on nonprofit, but for profit also, as I mentioned before. So I go through this challenge day in and day out. So I genuinely, sincerely work on those 3 steps. And you have to be honest and transparent for win-win relationship, right? If I will only focus on my bottom line and my margin, it will not work. I have to make sure that person improves professionally, personally to retain. Otherwise, person will keep on moving. There are other jobs available also. So my attitude or strategy or whatever you can say, I pay attention to all those three steps equally, and genuinely I stay transparent to tell people what kind of opportunities we have and how both parties will win in this particular relationship. So that is what I would suggest.
That's a great question, Christine, and I wish I had the answers. I think here's the reality. I go back to before I was in education, I was in sales and marketing. And at the end of the day, you have to spend money to make money. You know, everyone's looking for employees, right? I think it'd be fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that everyone's looking for that employee at this point who is, they don't have to come in fully skilled. They have to be willing and able to be trained. They have to be able to show up on time and care, right? Now, there are people out there who can do that. They don't know that they're able to do that. And as employers, as people who are looking for people in the workforce, as we're talking how to change the culture, it's being willing to give a little, to say, hey, you know what? I'm willing to take this person on. I'm willing to give an hour or two a week, maybe paid. I will tell you, at the end of the day, if you have an employee who meets those criteria, that they're trainable and they care, if you're willing to give an hour or two a week to do other training that's going to benefit in your job, it may not be on your job website. It may not be the standard training. It may be like, oh man, you really got to get better at sending emails. You really have to get better at working on, computer skills. If you're willing to pay them for that, it will pay off. You're telling them, I care about you. You're telling them, I'm willing to invest in you, and you'll probably be in line for a promotion at some point. I mean, I think I talk to so many businesses where people, they have employees and they say, I'd love to give them a promotion, but the guy can't do basic fractions. He always has to ask his supervisor. Why should that hold him back? Give him the time, teach him out, in a couple of months, he can learn fractions and then you can move him up. And now you've created, that's how you change the culture. It's just being willing to take a chance on people. It's not a huge chance. And I can't tell you every single person is going to, be a winner. But at the end of the day, if you're willing to take that chance, it's going to really pay off for you.
Thanks. I would just add that we can't afford not to. I mean, for the reasons Christine said and DJ said, BJ said, we're a rural state. We don't have enough people. There's low unemployment. We're in so many conversations around the state with transportation and broadband and weatherization, and everybody has this money. Everybody has these initiatives and everyone needs people. And we really just can't afford not to think outside of the box of who has been the typical employee that we've had in this industry. I also wanted to just add that there is a return on investment. I mean, you need to put the time and the resources toward this type of work to recruit and retain different people, but we know, and there's research and data that supports that diverse workplaces are more creative, they have better retention, there's a better bottom line. In the end, there's more creativity. And as someone else said, if you want to attract a wide range of folks into your industry, you need to have this type of culture and these types of policies. We have over 100, I think it's over 130 at this point, extremely talented women that have graduated from our Trailblazers program, and they are not going to last on a job site in a workforce with an employer that doesn't care and put time into this, because it's not safe and it doesn't feel like a place where they can grow and belong. So it takes a little bit of work, but I think the return on investment is there in the long run and is worth it.
Jennifer, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. Great question, Christine. I will just add to that this is like one of the beautiful things about working with Working Fields is that we are meeting with individuals who get referred to us Each time I do a survey, which is our intake process with someone, that's about an hour. It's a deep dive into where they are at right now and what do they need to be successful in the workplace. So when we're partnering with clients and we're placing someone with them, they can use us as a resource. And that's what we are there for. If you're seeing trouble at the workplace or things are coming up or someone's coming in late or they're struggling, you can turn that right back to Working Fields and use us as your partner to provide coaching and support to that person. And that's really what the contract time is all about for us. We use an average of 5 months temp time because there's evidence-based practice that 5 months of recovery coaching and peer coaching can change the trajectory of someone's career path. So that is why we have that set time and why we're really working to help people who we know can do the job, but they might have some trouble along the way. And so we want to be there to support the client just as much as we're there to support our associates. And I think that also goes and speaks a lot to us about going back to giving the chance, right? So we work with Department of Corrections currently, and I meet with incarcerated individuals who have been incarcerated for 22 years or longer times than that. And they haven't, they've worked a little bit inside the facilities, but they're fully capable of working and they're excited to work. They're excited to earn a paycheck. They're excited to get their life back again. And so being willing to give them a chance and overlook that criminal history, not overlook the criminal history, but instead look at all the progress they've made, all the courses they've taken while they've been incarcerated, give them a trial day on the job and see how hard they're willing to work to commit and to really be a good employee.
And on that topic, Jennifer, do you have certain considerations that employers or ways you help employers hire and work with people who are formerly incarcerated or just coming out of incarceration? Because we've had lots of conversations about how able these people are and dedicated and loyal. What do employers need to think about and consider in thinking about hiring these people?
I mean, I think you just said it yourself, right? They're dedicated, they're loyal. I think it's also just really important to remember that they are like they're hungry to do something, and they have not had an opportunity to prove themselves in a while. And when they're coming out of incarceration, like this is their chance to really like get back on their feet, reconnect with family, get connected with community resources, and just remembering that it really is about the opportunity of giving them a chance. And what I always encourage when I submit someone to a job, and this happened recently where I submitted someone and the client Googled them and they called me concerned and I had a conversation with them. I said, look, I think if you just sat down and met with this person and asked them yourself, be upfront, say, I Googled you and I saw this, where are you at now? The client was willing to do that. They met with the associate. That associate has been in that placement for a couple months now. They never missed a day of work. It's not a glamorous job. It's dishwashing, but just really being able to give that opportunity to talk to people and get to know their story. And just Working Fields, like we are so transparent. It's the most transparent place I've ever worked. And I've come from the nonprofit world and city world government. And so it really is, we're a very open book place. We don't want to hide. We're not trying to hide criminal history. We're not trying to hide where people are at. We're trying to be as transparent as possible so that we can get them in the best placement. And it's really incredible to watch someone's growth once they start getting a paycheck going.
All right, thank you. Looks like we have a question online, Lucy. Oh, Lucy has a question. Okay, and do you have the microphone? Oh, Matt's first. Okay.
Matt McKenney with the Institute for American Apprenticeship. I just want to, I think, emphasize. So in a previous role, I was the director of workforce development for a global firm locally here in New England. And we started, like many organizations, a diversity, equity, and inclusion effort at the organization. And love what has been shared by the groups up front and want to encourage employers, right? So diversity is statistics, right? That's the numbers. Equity is important and you need help, but the inclusion piece, as an employer, it's okay to say, I don't know what I don't know. And that's what these organizations are here to help you with, because you can get somebody to your organization and you can want to change those statistics and numbers. But if you're not thinking about how to make them included in your organization, which is non-traditional thinking. This is not the way organizations generally think. I would absolutely encourage you to lean on resources that are available in the community. And I would foot stomp that the state of Vermont does a wonderful job putting those resources in place. There's a lot more available here than there are in other states. So I would encourage you to reach out, because it lifted a huge burden off my shoulders when I sought help. And I saw immediate results in my organization, and people started to stay. So some of it is thinking through, like, I don't know what I don't know. And there's organizations out there that can help me, and accessing those resources.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Hi, I'm Lucy from VCBB. It's a two-part question, I guess. How easy is it for either anybody, for an employer to hire someone? Are there special forms, requirements, barriers, or, is it an easy process to integrate these uncovered populations into the workforce, whether it be new American, incarcerated, women, veterans, whatnot? What does that look like for an employer to do this? And not to put you guys on the spot, but just broad range, your success rate. How does that look like in terms of feedback that you've either a narrative, that feedback from employers, or percentage or something, just so that we can give folks an idea. I mean, we all know it's a benefit, but just maybe elaborate a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Do any of the panelists want to answer that one? Jennifer?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start with the first part of how easy is it for an employer to hire someone. That depends on the employer and the process, and sometimes where the money is coming from. So there are some companies we work with who are getting certain funds from certain streams of the federal government, where they do require things like a stricter background check, or maybe a 5-panel drug screen. We also have employers who are going into people's homes, and so that's going to require a different background check. Like, generally, if you have like a burglary charge, I'm not going to submit you to a job where you would be working in someone's home, because it's not going to be a good fit. And the good news is there are a ton of employers, there are a ton of companies, and Vermont is like notorious for its small, locally owned companies. And that's when we really have the opportunity to get people in the door, with speaking criminal history wise, and getting the second chance opportunity. These are locally owned. It's completely up to the family who owns the company if they're willing to give it a try. So working with them to talk about statistics, untapped markets, untapped workforce, and how can we help get people in the door despite what they might be facing from their past experiences. And then statistically, I don't have any off the top of my head. I think, like, in terms of narrative, what really works well and what works best for when you're trying to bring in populations who face barriers to employment, especially if you're going through working fields, is to take advantage of the service that you're paying for as a client, which you're paying us to be there to support these individuals when you're seeing things come up at work. So one example is I was working with a young woman who was struggling with some mental health issues, had a little bit of criminal involvement as a result of that. Got her placed in a locally owned small business that is a very supportive environment, and I felt would be the best fit for her just because of where she was at. And she struggled in the beginning. She didn't know how to act socially. She didn't understand professional boundaries. What's personal, what's professional, what should we be talking about at the workplace with our coworkers? And the employer immediately brought that back to me. And we talked on the phone for a solid 45 minutes about the incident and how, like, what steps I was going to take to help address this. And they were really concerned, and they were thinking about letting her go. And instead, they kept her on. I immediately connected with her peer coach. Her peer coach set up, sometimes when someone's struggling, we'll set up an emergency 3 in 10 meetings, which is 3 meetings within 10 business days, just to really try to get them back on track. And ever since, she has not had an incident like that since then. We've continued with her weekly coaching. She went from living in a shelter to a hotel, to now getting a housing voucher. She's engaged in a lot of counseling. Her mental health is in an excellent state. So those success stories are so rewarding, and the way that we can achieve them best at Working Fields is when a client uses us as that resource. So the minute you notice something coming up with one of our associates who's placed with you, reach out to us and let us know. That's what we're there for. This is what our team is experts in, and this is all that we have our degrees in. This is what we went to school for. Most of us have our own lived experience with similar situations. And so I think it's really just about the success in Working Fields comes from when you use Working Fields the way it's designed to be used.
Thank you. Okay.
Tonya Ozone, NEK Broadband. I want to ask, particularly VJ, you said something that struck me when we talk about trying to reach these covered populations, particularly new Americans. You know, as a corporation, we have our own kind of ideas around sales and marketing and those type of things. But what you said is reaching them where they're at. Can you talk about what would that look like for a company? Is that besides working with organizations, is that an event in their community? Where do you find these people, and how do you reach them?
So there are community organizations, nonprofit, who are taking care of this new immigrants coming in. There is a new organization called Vermont Afghani Alliance. Newly formed, they're taking care of Afghanis across the state, right? So if I have to target that particular audience, I will reach out to Molly Gray, who is the executive director there, right? And then explore that, who they are, where they are in terms of their skill level, who are available and interested, and you present your story. That what is your requirement. So there is one organization. There are several: USCRI, ALV, BDCC in Brattleboro area. So there are many, HUL. So depending on, and there are so many different countries. So Africa, Nepal, Sri Lanka, you name it, right? Ukraine even. So these organizations are really good because they are offering many services to these people. So when they're taking care of shelter, food, childcare, etc., at the end of the day, they all have to work, and they know that, right? So when they're getting that basic services, if we can partner with them, then they can help employer. Now we are partner with all these organizations as far as technology/digital education is concerned. So we are definitely helping, but we are helping these communities through these partnering organizations. Did I answer your question? Okay.
That also. So, you know, it's really interesting that with our underrepresented populations, especially, I don't know if you can hear that, especially many of our native born people, we're really battling cycles of generational poverty, generational low literacy, generational under employment. And I think we all know people who it's just in their family cultures. We don't do that. And it's that we don't finish school. We just move on to do this, we do that. With our immigrant population, you know, as I said, statewide, we're working with, I think this past year, almost 600 immigrants, and that number keeps going up. Regardless of their literacy levels in their native country, there is something really unique with our immigrant population. They come here, they want to learn English. They will come if we could have class 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, they will come because they know that is how they get ahead. I mean, you know, we hear the American dream is dead. It is not dead. For our new Americans, our immigrant population, they come here for that dream, and they know that getting the education is the way to get it. So that is an untapped, it really is an untapped population. Now, how do we reach them? Your adult ed and literacy providers are a really good source because we work with the Refugee Action Network. We are working directly with them. We put the word out and we can get that information to them. Hey, is this a job that you're interested in? Hey, is this something that we can help? Now, as you bring them in, we can, again, as I said before, as you're doing the training and the apprenticeship program, we can play that intermediary to help with some of those language barriers. If we see the curriculum, we can help kind of tailor it to get them. And that is a really great workforce. I mean, I think we've seen across the board.
Did you want to add anything, Allison?
I just want to share that we have a recruitment and retention training that we do, and we always use this image, this slide of comparing sitting around with a fishing pole in a pond to putting on scuba gear and getting in the water. And that's the kind of, recruitment effort that you sort of have to take, especially with women. It's going to the places where you might find them, where you might see them. If you just sit with your fishing pole in the water, you're only going to attract the fish who know you're there, who's found the worm, who maybe their buddy told them about it. And there might be lots of other fish out there. And so it's exactly what, what VJ was saying, and and others, that you have to go out to these places, going to, and connecting with the community organizations. So like Vermont Works for Women, or like the Vermont Professionals of Color, or whoever they are that are already bringing those folks together in order to make sure they know and are aware that this is something for them.
The guy came from Afghanistan. One day, somebody introduced me with that individual. That guy was working with big financial institutions like Deloitte, KPMG, etc., for the tax compliance in Afghanistan, literally for US customers in Afghanistan. And he was struggling here in Vermont. And I know many tax consulting companies in the area who are struggling to get people here in Vermont. So they were trying to outsource that work overseas, so on and so forth. So this is the perfect and typical gap, that the person who has done work overseas, his English may not be that great, but extremely coachable, trainable person, right? Motivated because he want to settle down. He want to live in Vermont. So I just got introduced with two firms, and both firms offered him a job. So sometimes we think that these people are low skilled. I'm telling you, some of them surprised me so much. They came as a lawyer, as an example, and they're working as a janitor because they don't know how to approach in this system about applying, about talking, about networking, right? So I'm big time in that space where I tell them, don't jump into the janitor's job because then you will be stuck. So try to, maybe polished may not be the right word, but try to learn how to talk to a person and how to represent your case. And this is the example last month that this guy got the real good job, high paid, literally big salary job, and he's very happy and settled down. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more questions? What I was going to ask, we've touched on this. If you could give us just one tip, what is the best way to reach out specifically to the population you work with? We've talked about you have to go where they are. Is it working with your organization? Is that really what we need to do, or is there another tip?
If I could only just give one, for women, I would say highlighting what you offer, highlighting, that you're an inclusive workplace, that you're encouraging women and underrepresented folks to apply, highlighting whether there's benefits, whether there's flexibility. Oftentimes job postings focus on what you need from the person, which of course that has to be part of it. But when you can be really transparent and upfront about the other pieces that you offer, share the salary scale for that role very transparently. Indicate if there are other supports that you're willing to provide, like a women's group for women in broadband, access to that, or childcare stipends or things like that. If you can name and outline those right in your job postings, the other thing is that you might have heard this statistic before, but men will apply for a job for which they feel they meet about 60% of the requirements. And research shows that women will not apply unless they feel they meet 100% of the requirements. So naming in your job posting what is really, really essential, and kind of leaving out the stuff that you're willing to train or teach later, or maybe even, I've seen this recently, even saying, even if you don't meet 100% of what you see here, we still encourage you to apply and talk with us. So really putting it all up front is the one tip. And of course, there's a lot to unpack in there, but we can help with all of that. And getting that out front is going to be what draws somebody in to even have a conversation with you or even think about applying.
Vermont's Adult Ed and Literacy Network works with every of the underrepresented populations except for currently incarcerated. So just reach out to me. And if you were to say, hey, I'm starting a program, I need people, tell me the area, give me the details. We can spread that word amongst our learning centers so our teachers can get that information out. The reality is, you know, it can get out to our students. They can give it to their family members. They can give it to their friends. So it's really, that's a really good way to do it. Just utilize us for who we are and the fact that we do have, that's who we work with.
Just to add what Alison and Brand said, I will try to again understand them because we write job description in a very specific way in English. But how other person is understanding or interpreting your English is a big thing. So I will use the word one more time: relationship, trust, and rapport. If you don't have that with that community and the local member, then oh yeah, your job description is perfect, but either they don't trust or they don't understand or they don't interpret how they interpret English language. So I truly believe that if you know someone in that community directly or through member organizations such as USCRI, ALV, AGL, etc., reach out through them so that they will believe you that whatever you're writing, and that is what you win. And even if 100% there is no match in the qualification, still you can apply. So I think by having or finding that partner in that community can be a big game changer for you to attract people from that community.
Sure.
Jennifer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate working fields, you know, when we meet with individuals, we're really vetting the process of where they're at. We're getting their work skills, past work history. And so when we send an associate to a client, we're sending them with the confidence that they're going to be a right fit for that job. So I would just encourage anyone who is interested in working with this population, is getting this money to support this population, to bring them on as employees, to reach out to working fields and consider bringing us on to support you as you're navigating this work. Like I hope I made clear, we really want to support our associates just as much as we support our clients to really help support these populations.
One other thing that I think collectively as an industry you can do is think about the way you talk about broadband installation or broadband or what it is. Research shows that in particular women are going to be attracted to when you can talk about or frame the work you're doing and how it benefits the community, how it helps others, and kind of reframing that, like this is, you know, help connect your communities, you know, things like that. That kind of messaging is going to attract people who are typically, you know, if we think of typical gender norms and gender bias, the helping professions and things like that. If you can talk about how this profession can do that as well, and how it's benefiting the community and the world, and think about the messaging of that, it can really have an impact too.
Any other questions at all? All right, well, we will, thank you so much to all four of you. We will make sure we have contact information for everyone up. We're setting up a web page. We'll have everybody's contact information. I think we've learned that the best way, one of the best ways to do this is to contact you all and use your expertise. So we really appreciate all of your tips, and we'll have your contact information. Thank you all.
Thank you, Heron, for that panel. When we talk about this industry, there's such a tremendous future in this industry. That's not, some people have asked the question, well, what happens after all this stuff is built? Where are these jobs going to go? Well, first of all, I heard a great answer to that in an earlier group I was with that said, well, we never ask that question to a doctor, do we? And I say that, it may seem like a flip answer, but if you look at where this industry is going, there's the reason Searchlight, who invested they started their career in pictures, movie pictures. There's a reason they purchased Consolidated, and they're the money that's come into Vermont to build fiber, because those investors with the long view know, with artificial intelligence blooming, autonomous vehicles, coming, the future is data, big data and moving at breakneck speeds. From my previous experience, I know this is still the work of my heart to solve climate change, because I know we need fiber to every address to solve climate change. And I'd love to have a beer with you and talk your off on that at some other point. But so the step is to bring people into this profession and talk about the career, not necessarily the job. So Amelia from WIA is going to take it from, Deb Bennett. All right. Deb, she's very exciting. You were exciting too, Amelia, but you were doing boring stuff. I get it.
Thank you, Christine. See, you always thought you were special, Amelia. Now we know. Thanks everybody for having us here today. I'm Deb Bennett, Vice President of Apprenticeship at WIA. This is one of these presentations today that this is not anything you have to do. It's not a requirement for BEAD, but it is certainly a resource or a tool that will be available to you. WIA realized that despite the reliance on our industry, there is very little understanding about what jobs exist, what are the associated descriptions for those jobs or those positions, and what are the skills and education that's required to take on those roles. So we realized pretty quickly that if we could create a tool that stakeholders could refer to, they could start to become that recruiting branch for us. So all of these terrific stakeholders that you've met throughout the day, they can start to use this tool to really start a little bit of recruiting on our behalf. So this is what we took on right here. This was the team's goals, was to really enhance the awareness of our industry and the careers that are available. We wanted it to be interactive. It needed to make sure that we could depict and communicate what pathways are available. You no longer have to climb a career ladder. You can move all about and be adjacent occupations and get yourself to that end result that you're seeking. And ultimately, we had a pretty significant list of customers that we thought would have an interest in using the tool that was developed. So here's some of the foundational work that we completed. We identified 130 telecom occupations. I think that's a pretty reasonable number. It can be much larger, but we had to have something that was manageable. So we narrowed down that list to 130. We created occupational families is what we called it. So we really thought about how work is done. And we know that there's individuals that design the work, they build, they go out and they maintain. And there's a whole host of great careers that support everything the other three occupational groups do. So we created occupational families. We classified them by an education and an experience level, so you can see how things progress or the jobs and occupations become a little more complicated as you gain experience or you gain education. And ultimately, we data validated this through our registered TIRAP employers. So we have not only 105 employers that are registered with our program, we have a really fantastic advisory committee. And so they were able to really take a look at the data that was we had gathered and tell us yes or no, and you needed to add some more. And in fact, Dave's one of our advisors. He's also going to be presenting later as one of our registered employers. So here was our plan. We were going to use and leverage established labor market analytics. So we use information from Lightcast. I think a lot of folks in the room with labor market data also use Lightcast. And we were going to give some data above and beyond just the pathways regarding the career market. And we felt that was really what was required to add that level of value. Needed to be interactive, had to show those pathways. We've got some training programs that were available through WIA. They could be featured as well. And obviously, near and dear to my heart, apprenticeship. So the pathways, again, when you come to a landing page, you'll see a little description talking about what career pathways are. And then showing you a little bit of a description on how to navigate through the page. We wouldn't be demonstrating it today for you live, but we're in the process of moving it from the development stage into posting it out on our server. So we thought better just to do some screenshots today. Here's some of the discussion on the career pathways. Again, you see how we have the families and you see the descriptions for design, build, maintain, and support. And here's also then the descriptions on that education or relevant job experience. So you start to see how we put things together. We put everything in a 4x6 grid. Starting from left to right are the entry-level jobs, mid-level plus, we called it, as well as senior level positions. And then as you select any one of these occupations here in the circle, a description will pop up and give you an overview of what that looks like or what it would entail. So if we wanted to use this example from the build occupational family with selected fiber splicer, guess what? You don't have to start at the fiber splicer position. You can start as an outside plant technician, for example. But I selected fiber splicer as the occupation I was interested in, and it starts to look like spaghetti on a plate, but there are several opportunities for you to advance across left to right and build your career in telecommunications. And as we said, each one of these would have view details, and you can pop that open and get a bit of a description. Then you start to move into what we call detailed job data. It gives you a description for that fiber splicer. It tells you we're looking at this nationwide, but if there are open positions that we're scraping, right now we're scraping, I think 850 odd sites, opportunity to pick up a lot more. In fact, while I was sitting here during Cindy from DOL's presentation earlier, I need to add all those job centers to my sites to scrape. So already picking up some good tips. Any of you in the room, make sure we have your business card. We can add your job postings to the site that we scrape, and it helps us feed this data in. But you see the description, I was looking nationwide here. There were over 2,000 fiber splicer positions posted. We knew that getting into the occupation really just took an entry-level opportunity, right? It didn't require really advanced education. It tells you here approximately kind of when these positions are posted. So you can kind of see a little ebb and flow when folks are maybe picking up work through the spring and summer. It might go down over the winter, etc. Gives you a median salary. This is a funny one here. We needed to update that one. So this is artificial intelligence that Christine mentioned. So we have everything in place, and it's out there and it's scraping these sites, these job postings, etc. And it's looking for salary data. Well, we realized our intelligence was picking up a 401k as a benefit and putting it in the salary box. So we got that fixed up over time. But again, you always need some human intelligence on top of that artificial intelligence to figure out what's going on. But it's picking up here the skills that are requested, some top foundational skills as well. Alternate job titles was key. We knew and found out rather quickly, nobody uses the same job title, right? So we looked for things that were relatively close so we could feed that in. I think we had recently, I believe we added 300 alternate job titles to keep feeding information into this piece. So it looks pretty good. And then here you can see here the requested education training as well as the work experience. So that was just for a fiber splicer. Then you can start to take a look here, and we're looking at job postings by state. And it looks more like a heat map. So it'll tell you where most of those job postings are across the country. And it'll tell you nationwide what are the top job postings by title. And then again, gets into the level of education and training that's required, the requested years of experience, and the number of positions that are available. Get in a little deeper, you can look at metropolitan areas to pull this data, and you can also check for salary ranges as well, and it'll appear on a heat map. And that's just a glimpse at our career pathways tool. As I mentioned, we're getting ready to host it. We're moving it from the developer over to WIA. And as a result, we don't have that live link available yet, but it's forthcoming here in a couple of weeks. I think we've already decided as well, there will be a phase 2. So it's really great that you can see how many jobs are available. If I looked them up in Vermont, but where in Vermont are they available? So we're trying to put together a wireframe right now on what that would look like for the end user. So you can start to come and pull those positions up right there and continue to work your way through a job application process, for example. But again, we're really excited about it. It's really interactive. Again, probably a couple weeks before the site goes live, but we're very, very close. We'll make sure VCBB has it and puts it on their site.
Thank you, Deb. I think we're going to go right into our panel discussion. Deb, I think you're leading that one too. So, okay. So we're going to keep going. We're going to go right into workforce development for broadband deployment, and then we'll take a break. Because maybe we can get out of here early.
All right, we're just going to keep this moving forward. You've heard a lot about TIRAP and you've heard a lot about WIA and the apprenticeship program that we have. So it's my pleasure to present with Lisa Tellstone. Lisa and I run a lot of the day-to-day interaction on the registered apprenticeship program we have at WIA. So we're going to give you some details on what that program looks like, and we'll get started here. Oops, why is it not advancing? Oh, you can do it. All right, just to get started, a little bit about WIA. You've had a really terrific introduction from Amelia at the beginning, and we really are part of a workforce solutions group. We said we're the three-legged stool. So we've got a registered apprenticeship program. That was one of our first initiatives that we started. Then we quickly realized if we had a telecommunications education center, we could start to deliver a lot of that related instruction and or pick up other high-level topics that are of interest to participants and employees within telecommunications. And then, well, Amelia needed a job. So we added workforce solutions here and put her to work. Contacting states, looking at those federal and state partnerships that were available. And so that's where Ms. DeJesus comes into the picture. So the three of us keep our boss rather busy. So we'll go ahead and advance the slide. So Lisa and I are really committed to registered apprenticeship, and we really do feel it's a way to transform your workforce. You can do it by growing your own talent. So a lot of people that work with me have heard the 3 or 4 Bs, right? Prior to having a workforce shortage, you could really go out and buy the talent that you needed, meaning that there were people available on the street. You could interview them. They'd have a significant number of the competencies that you needed, and you could employ them, put them to work, and they went off. If you had peaks and valley in your work, or you had seasonal work come in, oops, I'm walking right in front of that, aren't I? You could borrow the talent you need, take them on for a short period of time, give them back. Maybe you work with a staffing agency. But we've pretty much exhausted that resource too at this point. So you're left with building your workforce. You're going to build the workforce that you need to get your projects done. That's what registered apprenticeship brings to the table, is the opportunity to build the workforce you need based on your company principles, your values, and your mission. You can also bridge. That's a fourth B in this. An apprenticeship helps you bridge talent, take those individuals, those incumbent workers you have, and upskill them, or perhaps bridge them over to an adjacent occupation. So it's the 4 Bs. Registered apprenticeship helps you with that. Go ahead and advance our slide. We'll go ahead and talk about this one really quickly, and then I'm going to hand it over to the real expert. So WIA has been what's called a national sponsor of apprenticeship since 2017. We have 16 apprenticeable occupations defined and approved by the Department of Labor, and we've got a chart to show you what that looks like coming up shortly. We are competency-based with the exception of one that's a hybrid. So that simply means you have to put a little more time in the seat, a little more time on the job, as well as demonstrate your competence in that particular occupation. We deliberately went competency-based because we felt our industry moved so fast that we really need to get the workforce up and trained, and those individuals didn't have time to sit for a year, 2 years, 3 years, et cetera. So that might be along the lines of a more traditional apprenticeship. So we went competency-based. So as soon as you meet the requirements, you've demonstrated your competence, you have graduated and or completed the program. We've got additional occupations in development as soon as Dave gets off the dime and starts helping us build them. No, we've actually identified several. We just had a advisory committee lead change. And so we're working with those individuals, meeting with them at the end of the month. And we're going to take our list of hot occupations that we need to add to our 16. We're also going to update some of the 16 that have been around since 2017. We've got 105 employer sponsors that have registered with the program. They're at all different stages of implementation. Some have got a real hot start and took off and have been registering apprentices at a regular pace. Some of them take a little more time to get started. I think we've done a great job with the Department of Labor. We set the expectation that it could be up to 2 years before our employer is really comfortable, confident, and has that program in place and can move through and start really producing the results that we expect from a registered apprenticeship program. So I think we've done a good job there setting the expectation. And since 2017, we have registered over 4,000 apprentices as part of the program, coming from those 105 sponsors. So Lisa, walk us through some of the details on what's included in a program.
Excellent. So just a reminder, I'm Lisa Tellstone. Quick show of hands. We've heard the word apprenticeship about 500 or so times today. Who feels rock solid that they know what it is and how it applies to your company? You don't count, Mike. Okay, good. So we're going to break that down a little bit more for you so you really can internalize what this means. So most people have a mental model of apprenticeship, and that may construe of a person gaining skills on the job while working under the direction of somebody who's mastered those skills. And in essence, that is exactly what it is. The U.S. Department of Labor has a registered apprenticeship parameters, and these 5 components need to be part of every registered apprenticeship program, and they are part of TIRAP. So first and foremost, it is paid employment. So an apprentice needs to be, they can be a part-time employee, but they need to be a W-2 employee. They can't be a 1099 contractor. They need to be paid by an entity. There's a work-based learning component. I think that's what most people are familiar with when they hear of apprenticeship. That individual is going to take time to learn a prescribed set of tasks on the job under the guidance and mentorship of an expert in that occupation. mentorship, as I just described. So any apprentice really needs, it doesn't need to be one particular person. They may receive mentorship from multiple individuals at that organization. It's pretty fluid, but it is a requirement that an apprentice is guided by somebody with experience in that field. Supplemental education, related instruction, you'll hear me refer to that as RTI. There's no end to the alphabet soup in apprenticeship, so you're going to hear a lot more of it. But this is the coursework or topics that are foundational. You don't necessarily learn them on the job. Some examples of related instruction that are part of all TIRAP apprenticeship programs are OSHA, first aid, CPR, RF awareness. Then they start to extrapolate based on what that occupation is. So if it's a climbing job, there's going to be competent climber and rescue components. All of that that is taught either through in-service or through a classroom environment or otherwise outside of actual experiential work is part of that related instruction component. And then finally, there is credentials. So each occupation may have their own credentials involved, industry recognized, as we talked about earlier this morning. OSHA and CPR, first aid, AED are all industry recognized credentials that are part of it, but also at the end, there's a DOL certificate of completion. Once someone completes an apprenticeship, that is nationally recognized and transferable. Deb had mentioned competency-based apprenticeships. So what a competency-based apprenticeship is you're measuring a person's accomplishment of mastering all of the tasks related to that job by demonstrating that they can perform it without supervision. If you have any exposure to apprenticeship in the trades, a lot of the trades have time-based programs where you spend X number of hours on each task and you log those hours so that you can demonstrate that you have that experience. Competency-based takes that requirement away and it allows someone to evaluate an apprentice and say they have mastered that competency, whether it was 50 hours or 500 hours that it took them in experience and on the job learning to accomplish that. So it makes it incredibly flexible. It takes away some of the administrative burden of having to log those hours. And, it rewards and allows advancement to happen at the pace of the individual. Okay, next slide. Okay. So these are the occupations that are currently approved under TIRAP. So we've got on the bottom left here, you've got your wireless, fiber optic technician, broadband, small cell, and building wireless and central office installer. Though that grouping are individual occupations that will factor into the career pathways as we grow occupations under TIRAP. Under the upper right-hand side in blue, you'll see the tower technician tree. So it follows some career pathways for lead and foreman occupations under construction, the antenna and line work, and then the maintenance and conditioning of the towers. And then on the bottom right, we have a smaller tree career ladder for underground and overhead utility installer technicians. These are low voltage occupations. And those funnel up to an overarching foreman. So under these occupations, the job title might not match what you're doing, but chances are, if you're in this room, you have an occupation that will fall under one of these existing. And if not, that's something that we can help build. So let's talk a little.
Oh, I was going to add quick. You look at the full pathway up there. That's pretty easy to explain. Yep. That's really our roots, starting back in 2016 before we got approved in 2017. So that's why you see a lot of emphasis on the tower technician occupation. The boxes in gray were designed and developed with partnership of PCCA, the Power and Communication Contractors Association, who loaned us their members to be the experts to help us build out what those occupations look like. And then FBA is going to help us, Fiber Broadband Association, build out that fiber optic technician path. So that's just a way we've also brought other industry associations together to help really focus and emphasize and drive the industry forward as opposed to competing with each other.
Thank you, Deb. So when I say we have these occupations, what does that mean? WIA has done the heavy lifting of submitting registered apprenticeship standards to the U.S. Department of Labor to be approved and be able to manage and sponsor an apprenticeship program. For each occupation you see here, there is a playbook that's been developed. And that playbook, we call it an Appendix A. It's going to list out the two components. It's going to list out the related instruction piece. So it's going to list out all of the core foundational knowledge, and it's going to talk about the scope and the breadth of that knowledge and the approximate number of hours that are associated with that. So most apprenticeships recommend 144 minimum hours of related instruction, and these occupations will vary in length. Some are more, some are a little bit less. That scope and breadth is very flexible. We do not say, here's this curriculum, here's these textbooks. We want it to mirror what you're already doing and help you fill in those gaps with resources that are available and increase the number of resources available to you. So we don't want to take anything away or change anything that you're doing to train. We want to enhance that. So you'll see if you were given an Appendix A that you would see a couple of sentences that describe that topic versus an entire syllabus or curriculum. The other component of the Appendix A that's spelled out is all of the tasks associated with that job. And those are what are going to be measured and determined whether someone can perform those tasks without supervision. So for each occupation, you're going to have a set of related instruction components and work processes, as we call them, which is the on-the-job training piece. Next slide. So using that framework, there's a lot of advantages to using registered apprenticeship as a training pathway to building workforce. And some of these points that are listed up here are what have been collected and aggregated from the Department of Labor as they evaluate return on investment and other benefits that companies receive for registered apprenticeship universally. So certainly if you're using standardized formats for the training that you're providing, and what Apprentice A receives and what Apprentice B receives should be very consistent, changing over time as the industry changes, but that's documented and applied universally to your workforce. So you're not having large gaps and variations in the training that is prescribed for an individual coming into it. It's highly customizable. So an Appendix A is going to show you those RTI topics and work processes. Maybe you do 90% of it, but maybe you don't require a CDL for some of your positions where it's listed on the Appendix A. There is a degree of flexibility so that you don't have to perform 100% of those requirements, but have it be flexible to meet exactly how you do business. How you measure how those competencies are evaluated for an apprentice may vary. It may be a supervisor observing. Maybe there's a metric that you gather through data tools that you want to see a certain percentage of accuracy. There's a lot of different ways that you can determine what competency means for your organization and still have it align with the Appendix A. Improved productivity is a commonly seen output. Retention, I'm going to kind of cover retention and diversity because they're both, I think, caused by the same component, and that is investment in your employees. So when you make the investment into someone, that creates a sense of loyalty, a sense of belonging that really can have an impact overall in your organization. When it comes to recruitment, I think Allison had touched on it earlier. I was kind of blown away by that statistic, although not surprised that most women won't apply to a job unless they meet 100% of those requirements. When you put out a job requisition that says apprentice and you talk about the training that they'll receive, there's a percentage of individuals that would just bypass that job requisition, not have a conversation, not apply. But when you are providing the training and you advertise it as such, then you increase your candidate pool both in volume and quality. And that's what we've heard directly from our employers. Training partners, and we heard from North Country. So that's an example of someone that could be leveraged in the apprenticeship to provide training. We've got fiber broadband. You may have your own training partners that you use. Those can all be leveraged to be part of the related instruction component. I wanted to mention earlier, but forgot to,
The related instruction, in addition to us not telling you that exactly what textbook or training resource to use, it doesn't all have to occur in a classroom. We have some employers whose heavy equipment vendors come out and provide training that aligns with the Appendix A. And certainly, things like first aid and OSHA, you may have your own resources for, but we can help you get creative with the resource that you do use to satisfy those requirements and kind of help you identify some of those gaps. Apprenticeship management. So I'll get into this a little bit more, but we do have some options for how you can track the RTI and the on-the-job training competency attainment so that you're not using spreadsheets or 3-ring binders. Some people may still be using 3-ring binders. That's certainly acceptable to be able to use, but with the age of field workers needing to be able to put information in and measure that competency attainment while out in the field, we have access to tools like Apprenticescope that allow you to do that from a mobile device and keep everything in one place. Last and not least, apprenticeship is it's a top tier preferred workforce development model. So it's very attractive to state and federal funding sources that want to invest in workforce development. The outcomes that workforce development dollars are looking for are individuals receiving gainful employment or obtaining gainful employment and employers having a skilled workforce. So with apprenticeship, you're starting with the outcomes that they're looking for already. So it usually bypasses a lot of complicated sell that you might need to put into an application for a local training fund. So it kind of it lends itself to being a very attractive source of federal funding and state funding. Next slide. So some of the advantages, it's certainly an option to create your own program, but WIA has done the heavy lifting. They've gone through the process of submitting and approving national standards. When they want to submit a new occupation, that timeline is much quicker than if you were to start from scratch with your own apprenticeship program. The administration is streamlined. We take a very active approach with working with organizations to make sure that when you adopt apprenticeship, that it makes sense and it's done in a way that works for your individual organization. And we provide a lot of ongoing technical assistance. So let's say, for example, you've decided you've met with us once. We've looked at a couple of occupations that you think will fit. You've reviewed all of the information. You say, yes, I want to be a tie wrap employer. So what do you do next? There's not a large tome of contractual paperwork that you need to sign. There's a 2-page document called an employer acceptance agreement. And that contains an attestation statement that says that you've looked and reviewed at WIA standards, you've looked at these occupations, and you agree to train in accordance with those standards and those Appendix A's. You agree to provide the wages and the wage increases at the minimum, and these are very flexible that WIA has set with the whole nation in mind. So we want to make sure that from a minimum wage standpoint that we're accommodating rural Kentucky as well as San Francisco to be able to meet those. Most of our employers pay much higher than the required wages, which is a good thing to see. So once you have that employer acceptance agreement signed, we set up a series of calls and we deconstruct it. We take this huge elephant that's apprenticeship and we take it one step at a time. When I say we, I literally mean we. Deb is part of the apprenticeship support team, myself. We have Rachel Hill and Sarah Lehman who are not here, but the 4 of us, we're on the calls. I'm from Vermont. Well, not from Vermont, but I've been here a long time, over 20 years, and I live up in the kingdom. So I have perspective on the unique size and composition of our state. So you're not working with, with exclusively individuals that don't know Vermont. So that is an advantage. But we will take a look at your company and what are your goals? What occupations are you looking to bring on and apprentice? What's your training plan look like now? Chances are you already have an apprenticeship program. You just need to call it such and maybe fill in a gap or two and tighten up your documentation. And you're already running an apprenticeship program without really changing anything at all, which is a beautiful thing to see. We love when that happens, that light bulb moment, and we see it often. So we'll help you perform that gap analysis, come up with a strategy. Do you want to just apprentice 1 or 2 people in this one location and see how it goes? Do you want to apprentice one occupation over multiple locations? It's a very customized approach, and we take it one step at a time, including helping you find out how to fund and sustainably maintain your apprenticeship program. You heard probably an overwhelming number of resources earlier today that could be used to fund an apprenticeship program. We will help break those down and apply them strategically as to what makes sense for your organization, what's immediately available. So I think really in summation, we're a pivot point for a lot of the components of how to access BEAD funding, how to access federal and state workforce funding, training funds that don't have anything to do with apprenticeship, and some of the larger initiatives federally that are coming out and have been coming out over the last few years that are poised at growing apprenticeship.
I think too, it's important to add that ongoing technical assistance is provided. We've got an employer that registered in 2017. They still meet with us every other week or 2 times a month. We tried to shake them back to at least once a month, but they like meeting with us so frequently, they still kept it on the calendar. So, but we do try to onboard you at a pace that you can that you can accommodate, I should say. And that pace, once you get your program up and some elements started, we can back off the frequency of the meeting. So we can meet once a month. Sometimes some of the folks that have been since 2017 and or had prior experience with another apprenticeship program, we're able to meet with them once a quarter, but we're still available every day of the week, even on the weekends if you needed it. So we're available. It costs you nothing to use our services. We have a contract with the Department of Labor. We are viewed as an industry intermediary. So they're paying us to provide the service. So we are here for you. So it doesn't cost you anything to participate. And we do not require you to be a WIA member either. So we have many more companies that aren't WIA members. They're actually members of one of those other associations that we've referenced. But it's just because we are here for the industry. That's our job. And you don't get a hard sell from us. We want you to be comfortable and confident with what the requirements are before you register, and then we'll get started with the real work. Lisa, your boss wants you.
Yeah, Matt McKinney, sorry. And quickly, you both did a fantastic job. But one of the things I wanted to say, because I'm from New England, right? New England businesses can be fiercely independent. And when an organization comes in and starts to say that they can help you, you start to think, well, this is too good to be true. Like, we're a small business. We've always done this on their own. This is an accelerator for people to think about and participate in. But the other thing you should think about is if apprenticeship is in your strategy, if you're not ready to be a sponsor right now and you work with WIA, that doesn't mean you can't be a sponsor someday. That's not permanent either. That flexibility is built in that you can leverage the framework that WIA has built, learn the apprenticeship landscape, start to develop those skills in your organization. And if it's still a future strategy of yours to be your own sponsor, that can be done too. So this is not too good to be true. And there is flexibility built in here. So people should really think about and consider taking advantage of this opportunity, especially if you're a smaller organization that doesn't think you currently have the capacity to facilitate or navigate this. This is how organizations learn apprenticeship, is through these intermediary sponsors like this.
That's a great point, Matt. And we've got some employers that, because of their public works contracts in New Jersey, and the TIREP program doesn't qualify because of a variety of different reasons, they take our standards, they come to Lisa and Rachel and say, help us apply in the state of New Jersey. So we've probably helped register five at this five. And I think we've got 2 more upcoming where we're not the sponsor, the employer is, but they're using our standards.
And that's part of the scope of this intermediary contract. So we're paid to expand apprenticeship, whether it's through WIA directly or through helping you establish and navigate the apprenticeship system itself.
And if you evaluated the opportunity and you decided you wanted to register with the state of Vermont and Cindy's team, we would provide that same service. So that's the agreement we have with BEAD.
Exactly. So I touched on this before, but you'll be very surprised if we start a relationship and start digging into what you're doing now, especially in this industry where safety and liability, insurance, these are all important components in order to maintain credibility and viability in the industry. So you're probably training and you're probably documenting it already. So let's put a wrapper around it, call it apprenticeship, button it up, and really make it work for you. I think other thing I didn't touch on too much is while we don't directly recruit, we can help you leverage the recruiting resources in the state of Vermont, including, connecting with VDOL and maybe they can help funnel individuals who are already, I know that there's not a huge population of unemployed and job seeking individuals, but the ones that are there and have determined that they're eligible for WIOA, we could start connecting you with that as a pipeline, and maybe take advantage of some of those cost avoidance and cost recovery components that WIOA can provide when you're onboarding new individuals and investing in them.
And we like being in place to help make the initial connections and then work with you to foster that relationship. So you have that ongoing. So that builds your sustainable plan to keep your registered apprenticeship going beyond once the BEAD deployment is completed, right? That's the ultimate goal. But we recognize sometimes you don't have time to knock on the door. You don't know who to contact in some of these agencies. And sometimes you don't even frankly know what to say. I mean, we're learning the same thing at WIA, working with Chris and other career centers. Sometimes industry speaks a different language than what's there. So we learn from each other. But again, contact us. Who do you have an interest in working with? And let us start knocking on the doors and we're really good at convening people, the right people to work together. So that's our job.
Next slide. That is? I thought we had another one. I think we may have already talked through this a little bit, but some of the strategies we use when we're evaluating how you want to begin an apprenticeship is a common strategy and best practice is to start with your existing workforce. Who is already partway through their training process and what do they need to complete this particular occupation as a registered apprentice? We walk you through that process of how to capture the knowledge and training and experience that they've gained already and apply it to the apprenticeship so that you can use somebody in-house kind of as your guinea pig to walk through the process, maybe lay out your training sequence, and practice a few different options with that. There's no order that you have to perform anything in. There's the set of requirements that in order to complete an apprentice and give them their certificate of completion that they have to have met, and whatever order can still follow the way that you introduce it currently in your business. Thank you. Oh.
Here's an opportunity to continue discussion. You have our email addresses. We've got some business cards over here as well. But you can contact any one of the four of us. And what we like to do is schedule 30, 40 minutes, share this information with additional team members, frankly. You'll have enough time now from this presentation to maybe a follow-up where you've got some questions. That's what we want. Ask the questions. That's what we're here for. We've had some people work with us for, oh my gosh, well, I'm not going to call Dave Hall out again, but I will. One time we worked with you for what, a year? Really on and off. You supported TIRAP committee work, and then you started. Yep. Yep. Before you registered. Yeah. So it's not uncommon. We get it. It's a lot to comprehend. It's a lot to understand, and it's a lot to encourage your full leadership to take on the adoption of registered apprenticeship where you work. So we know it takes time, but we're here to help you through, and we're here to expedite the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Somebody has their phone here too. Oh, it's just, okay.
I am curious, Christine. So we talked earlier about when we think about being able to document credentialed learning and skilled workers, we talked about registered apprenticeship as one of those key avenues. Do we have any employers in the room today that are already part of a registered apprenticeship program? Besides Dave, that's excellent. Well, excellent from the perspective of now you have an opportunity to become part of a registered apprenticeship program. So please see Deb and Lisa.
Yeah, and we're sponsoring WIA, so it's not going to cost you any money. I know we've had WIA reach out to a few employers already. And so, please reach out for help in this program. I want to ask you a question. I assume I know the answer, but I'll ask anyway. We could take a break or we could plow through and finish early. What's the pleasure? Plow. That was going to be my assumption.
I want to finish up early so they can get their tattoos.
I was thinking of, I won't, never mind. I don't want to be too self-disclosive, but anyway, so we have a panel, we have examples, live employer examples we're going to present next, and then we'll wrap up. And I certainly appreciate you all hanging in. So. Is this it? I've been accused of stealing things all day, so. Okay, battery change.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you so much. Okay. Deb Bennett, you're gonna lead this panel. Thank you. I'll give you a mic. Okay, here's a mic for the panel.
Can we highlight Mr. Matthews?
Hello, Deb. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Shane. Can you guys?
Amelia.
Hey, Shane, can you still hear us?
I can.
Excellent. Hold on. We're going to highlight and feature you. Spotlight you.
Oh, boy.
We got
Of
it.
course, I picked the one conference to go remote, and it happens to be the same day that the internet crashes. So
Yeah, exactly.
I apologize. I'm off my phone. My computer is down. So we're making do.
That's all right. We're glad you could join us. So thanks everybody for sticking with us. We thought you would really like to hear from some employers that have adopted TIRAP, have implemented registered apprenticeship, and ask them your questions. Ask them if it improved retention, if it's improved productivity. Ask them what about their recruiting sources, et cetera. So what's the time commitment to manage such a program? These gentlemen here are here to share that level of detail with you. So we have Shane Matthews. He's joining us virtually. As he said, he has a few internet problems. So you get to take a look at his picture here. I'm not sure if he's got his camera on in the other view. Shane's with Electrocom. And we have Dave Hall and Mike Oriana. although we didn't spell it right once, but we're getting there. They're both with Congruix. So you'll hear from a smaller to mid-size employer, that's Electricom, and then Congruix provides a really different overview of their experience with registered apprenticeship being a large employer. So we're going to start with Shane because we don't want to neglect anybody who's virtually online. It's important to note that Electricom registered with TIRAP in December of 2020. So keep that in mind. That's how long Shane and his organization has been participating in the program. So Shane, if you would, share an overview of Electricom, a little bit about your company, the services you offer, and your mission and your values.
Absolutely. So Electricom is a utility infrastructure company based out of Southern Indiana. We have a pretty significant footprint in the Midwest, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Ohio, and then we have another large presence in the Carolina region, tiptoeing into Virginia, West Virginia, etc. Right now, I would say probably 80% of our work consists of fiber build out, both overhead and underground. And then we also have a power division. I think we have 67 linemen down in Houston as we speak, helping with some storm damage. So our company size, we've ranged from, I'm going to say just, 450 on the low end to as many as 800. We're actually shifting some of our production to subcontractor work, which brings up some interesting opportunities within apprenticeship. And our market, we really focus on rural environments. So we're very big in family culture, and safety is very critical to us. So that's a little about us. We have tiptoed into the right-of-way market and gas market in the past, but right now largely focused on overhead and underground telecom and power.
And Shane, how did you learn about WIA and TIRAP?
Well, I didn't script this answer, so Deb, you can smack my hand later. I've been with the company almost 5 years, background in education and training. And shortly after starting with Electricom, I was introduced to WIA and apprenticeships and was told, "Here, Shane, have at it." So we were in the build out phase, didn't know a lot about it, drank from a fire hose, and we've learned a lot. And I can't stress a lot enough. When we started, I was instructed that TIRAP was a program in which we had to send our employees to a third-party provider, a state college, a tech college. And it was going to take weeks and months. It was very costly, but there was benefit. And we knew that we wanted apprenticeships. And I will say over the past 4 years, we've learned that's not necessarily the case. We have actually migrated to conducting almost all of our training in-house now. So we do have a training center, and we're able to knock a lot of this out in our orientation program. But we are the training provider for the related technical instruction, the classroom. And we also have our mentorship that's taking care of the hands-on training. So what went from a very costly training forward on the front end program has now been very much simply documenting what our employees learn on the job and are required to do as part of their day in, day out processes.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of our introduction was due to a grant WIA had received, and we were giving a community college some funds to get a program up and running. And Electricom was the employer sponsor or the employer advisor on that particular program. So as Shane mentioned, we did run maybe 5-8 apprentices through the community college program before you changed gears.
We did. I think we actually, we started with 9. I think we graduated 7 or 8. We still have a very, very strong partnership with that community college. I actually had a couple meetings this week. We're working with them now, largely on the recruiting side. And we met with Fort Campbell, a very large military installation in Kentucky and Tennessee. And we're going to go into a recruiting effort jointly with Somerset Community College and offer up opportunity with direct hire and apprenticeship through Electricom. But also through Somerset, it opens up Skill Bridge and the GI Bill. So even though we're training majority of our employees in-house, Somerset is still a key funnel for employees, and they're actually running a pre-apprenticeship program for us now.
Absolutely. And I think what you heard here was a great example of how you can have a great plan. You've got a process in place. You commit to the plan. If it didn't quite work, guess what? Hit the reset button. Pivot. So pivot.
Absolutely.
Yep,
And I
absolutely.
will tell you, it would have been almost impossible had it not been for Deb and her team. They walked us through the process. They spoke the nomenclature. We had to learn it. And it's interesting. I know, Deb, you had asked me to kind of touch on this.
Mm-hmm.
We also have power apprenticeship programs, and we are the sponsor on the power apprenticeship, and it's a 4-year journeyman program. So as being the sponsor, we don't have a WIA, so to speak, that walks us through and helps us. So we are in the government system. We are in Atlas. We're managing all of this, and it's very time consuming. There's not a sounding board. There's not a think tank that we can work with to solve problems. And on the UTAP and TIRAP side, we've got WIA that's consistently there. I think we meet still once a month to talk about some roadblocks we've got and some solutions or things that Deb and Lisa and that team have maybe come across and had the chance to walk through it, and they help us get to a solution.
Absolutely. And Shane, you were recently named chair of the TIRAP Advisory Committee. You want to share a little bit about what your vision is and what this group here can expect to come out of our advisory committee over the next year?
Yep. I know, I think, again, just coming into the committee over the past couple of years, the committee worked really hard, I think, initially to build this program out. And it's working now. And I don't want to say we've gone into cruise control, but it's one of those things that if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think now we're to the point where we're taking a deep breath and we're trying to understand for example, are the job descriptions written accurately, or has the industry changed? Do we need to take a look at some of the job descriptions, revise them, make them more real time? I also think there's opportunity. We know that the market, and I think Dave will talk to this quite a bit, the market is getting ready to explode. We know that we've got BEAD funding coming. We know that infrastructure is going to be enormous. We know that there's opportunity. We know that I've seen a large push from the high schools to move kids away from the conventional 4-year colleges and more to the tech schools or directly into apprenticeships. And I think that TIRAP has a huge opportunity to improve our marketing and really get out in front of these young people or even people looking to do a career change. So I'm hoping that we can pull our group together and be out in front of this and be a leader on that marketing side and get the word out.
Fabulous. Thank you, Shane. Shane will be available for questions here, but let's move on and talk a little bit about Congruix. So Dave, tell us about your organization.
So Congruix is a private equity that was formed in 2017. It's made up of about 22 different smaller companies. So even though we're a large employer provider, we still have operating units that are small employers that go anywhere from 30 years to 50 years in business. We That's all right. In addition to that, we're a full design turnkey program. So we do everything from design, build, maintenance, and support of all network services, both on the wireless side and on the fiber to the home, fiber to the business. So we have roughly over 3,000 employees across the U.S. In one of our entities that is performing work, primarily rural, and then we have a lot of design build projects that we're starting to expand on. That some are right now, one of the largest we have is within Memphis, Tennessee, that we just started, and we partnered heavily with the workforce development and diversity programs and integrating local contractors and minority business owners, et cetera. TIRAP was a very key piece of that program for us and obtaining that grant and that contract, because it is heavily focused on getting the workforce and putting money back into the community as well as upgrading the communities, right? It's a partnership with the community in itself. So that's one of the things with BEAD that I think is very important across the board as you start to look at how you're going to roll that out here in your state, is that it is a community approach. How you're working with the communities in obtaining your permits and how fast your community can help turn those permits around to allow the work to take place. Working with them on hours of operation and not constricting, too many hours or too few of hours that they can actually perform work, or no weekend work or no night work, things of that nature, right? Those are all obstacles to help us get this infrastructure rolled out, which we all know we need. And it's vital that, the stakeholders within all of this from top to bottom realize that there's bottlenecks to this construction piece is very the back end of it. But there's bottlenecks above upstream that affect that we need help with.
So Dave, I had mentioned earlier, you had been a participant in TIREP at a previous employer. You brought it to Congruex. So what really drove that decision? What is the value that you saw there? And how did you sell Congruex executives in the program?
Yeah, so where I was at previously, like Deb said, we were focused heavily on the wireless side. And with TIRAP, when we started TIRAP, it was focused heavily on the wireless side and building out something to upskill our workforce and to get our workforce recognized as a skilled labor. So we built that roadmap out starting 14, 15, somewhere in that time frame. We started working on this and then officially rolling it out. We joined that program with that employer, and we were one of the largest wireless self-perform wireless groups within the nation. We had at one time over 1,200 employees that were climbing towers on a daily basis, internal direct hire employees. So we got heavily involved with TIRAP. We based our training models off of that, and what we seen was an increase in that whole full safe quality production process to where you had skilled craft. So you had less retrips, less rework, more things being done up front. We were able to expand not just from a safety standpoint, but also into the quality side so that we were performing quality builds. And we seen that our workforce, as it started to grow and we started to pick up new market share or additional market shares, our incident rates were going down. We had less turnover. We were able to attract and set a hiring pathway that was attractive to transitioning military or people coming out of high school, because you could give them that 3, 4, 5 year plan on how they could go from someone coming in with no experience to someone who is, a lead person or possibly into a foreman role, depending on how fast their skills developed. So you give that pathway for those employees to see that. And that's one of the things Deb was showing earlier with the pathways and the career pathways. I still, myself and Mike as well, go out to a lot of high schools and high school recruiting events or transitioning military events. And you talk about career paths and you talk about, why is it important to get into the workforce? Myself, I was one of those students that in high school could care too less about. I was not going beyond that. I took the military path and then directly into the workforce. And with that, it was great for me to see that, I had something coming from the military, transitioning into the workforce, to be able to have something that showed me a pathway, because I went through an apprenticeship on a different side of the house. It made sense, right? And I knew what the next step was. I knew what I was driving for. I knew that I had additional credentials or additional occupations that I could go to and strive to. So that was why. And then selling Congruex on it. Congruex was, at the time, like I said, they're fairly new. They were a private equity group and I was brought in basically to standardize their safety and training cultures across all of their entities. So they had, kind of bought some of these companies that have been in business for over 50 years, smaller mom pop type companies, right? And they purchased these companies and they were still, operating on multiple operating systems. And, this one had internal safety and this one had no safety and this one had training and this one was doing everything online. And, it was a hodgepodge of things at best. So part of my interview process with them was, and part of my selling piece and coming in to be able to standardize that was TIRAP. I used it heavily. We mapped out in my last interview with the CEO and the COO at the time, was how we would do this transformation once I got on board and what it would take to do that. And then, having that support coming in the last 16 months, we've been able to train over what, roughly 3,200 people in the last 16 months. And we've had over 1,000 over 1,000 people right now that's currently enrolled in a program in one phase or another, with some of them every month starting to graduate out of the program now.
So that when you talk about the standardization and training, is that your back to basics program?
Right. So what we called a back to basics was basically we took everyone, no matter every field employee, no matter what their position was, if they support field employees from a construction supervisor, construction manager, et cetera, and we basically put them back into a back to basics program. Now we broke that training down based on 3 classification scope of work. One was for our underground technicians, right? That was doing all underground work. One that was doing wireline overhead work, and then our wireless organization. And we broke the scopes of training that they needed down based on that scope of work for what the core elements that everyone would need. And the good thing, or the thing that was very successful with that, was the TIRAP employer maps for each of the different scopes matched up to allow us to do that. Because every one of us and every established company out there right now, you're already doing onboarding, you're doing some type of onboarding and safety training of some type, right? And then you also have on the job training that you do in the field. That aligns perfectly with what you need to do within an apprenticeship. TIRAP was able for us to give us that career path or that mapping, and then also give us that outside government level skilled tradecraft credential at the end that our employers get that belongs to the employees, right? That's theirs. It's part of their development. You're putting an investment into them. So you start seeing that from a retention piece now where, hey, they're investing in me. I've got this. Now they've enrolled me in something else. They've shown me this pathway of how they're going to continue to train me. They're going to continue to put investment into me to get me to be able to go. And then all of us, we know that this is going to be a boom. We're all going to have some type of expansion or some type of growth that we're going to need to do. And most of that, as we know and heard earlier today, is going to come from internal sources. So when you look at that, you're going to have to put some of those younger guys into some position as a foreman or a lead person or whatever, right? In order to keep that internal growth going. So you're going to have to do some investment in them anyway. So this gives you that pathway, that structure.
Excellent. I'm going to come back to a question I had on yours, but I'm going to ask you and Shane that here at the end. But behind every vice president of safety, there's a program administrator who gets it done. So let's pass that mic over to Mike. How about that? Yeah. Haha. So Mike, we already had a little bit of a glimpse of Congruix and the business units, but how many of the entities are registered with TIRAP? What occupations are part of your program? And talk to us about multitude of apprentices that you're putting through the program.
Yeah. So currently I think we have around 9, correct, 8 or
Mhm.
9 of the what we call operating units enrolled into TIRAP. The majority of our work goes down to the 3 that he listed, which would be your underground utility technicians or installers, your overhead utility technicians or installers, and your wireless technicians. Telecommunications wise, those are for the most part, your wireline are the 2 underground overhead, and your wireless is your tower climbers. But those are the main ones that we put our employees through. And again, we designed our training to fit those RTIs basically. So what's required in the Appendix A's.
And about how many apprentices have you put through the program?
We put over right now, but over 1,200 at this point, including the ones we put in last year and this
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
Yeah, last year. I was just going to say 2023,
Yeah.
I think is when you guys registered.
Yeah, we were utilizing TIRAP with the previous employer as well. And even there, I think we put over 1,000. I'll tell you though, leading up, getting involved in the program with our old employer, it took kind of a little bit of time to get used to getting these guys in cohorts. From the time where we were now at Congruix to where we registered our first apprentice, it was a matter of probably 2-3 months. That's how quick it can turn around once you've done it for a few months. If you were to go start again, it really is as simple as that. Deb has a great team under her. Really helps contractors just get on board.
Fabulous. Whenever I call Dave with anything, he says, well, all right, why don't you call Mike? So Mike, as a program administrator, explain a little bit about what's your day-to-day look like? What are some of the tasks that you take on? Just so the group gets some idea of what that management piece looks like. Then we'll get Matt's question.
Yeah, we kind of are in a unique place where we are part of the safety team as well as training. I oversee all the training. And with that, as has been repeated, we're already doing a lot of this training. A lot of it is safety related. We just have the privilege of being able to sprinkle in a little bit of extra training in there. But my day-to-day is really keeping up with the new hires that come in, because we like to capture those new hires, train them before we allow them to go out to the field. That definitely helps with registrations because we have them there in person. A lot of the classes actually look a lot like this where we're sitting. I have a team of instructors that travel all around the country to catch up with groups and cohorts of new hires. We train them. We get them registered in the apprenticeship program. So a lot of that RTI is knocked out at the very, very beginning of their employment. The rest of the OTJ is taken care of. And again, like I said, we're in that unique place where we're in safety. So when you look at the on the job hours, all those requirements, we require them to do what's called a JSA. It's a job safety analysis on every site that they go to. Everyone needs to sign it. It basically lines out everything that they're doing for that day. That's a great way for us to capture all the tasks that each of these individuals are doing. They all have to sign up. Anyone who comes on, even if you're not part of our company, if you come on a site, you have to sign that we have presented this JSA to you, saying that you are aware of everything, all the risks on there. But it also, again, captures everything they're doing for that day.
So besides a JSA, how do you account for or determine when that apprentice has reached a level of competence and they're ready to exit the program?
So a lot of it is getting in communications with their direct leaders, their direct managers. I rely on our instructors as well. And we also have a team of safety personnel that goes out and visits sites. So they're able to assess how well they're retaining everything that they learn in the classrooms, how well they're retaining everything they learn from their direct foreman. All of that's documented on those JSAs. And then there's also the time factor. The DOL requires it's essentially designed to be a year-long program. They do allow you to give a 6-month credit for some of your experienced employees.
And also, in addition to that, you also have the foreman, right? So you have the foreman as your mentor, because with any crew, right, your lead person, your foreman, you call them a lead man or lead person or foreman, whichever. They're the ones that are really doing a lot of that OJT or overseeing it, right? They're training each other on the sites. They're the ones that's developing, and you add new skills or you add additional skills or they learn this new task. So we see a lot of that. The next phase and where we came from in the past, one of the things that we utilized was for promotions, we had gate testing. And part of that gate testing was based off of those pathways and things that were called out. So we were able to capture from a skills knowledge level this test that they had to take before a promotion could be from a Tech 1 to a Tech 2 or, Tech 3 to a foreman or a leadman or however you want to call it. So it sounds like there's a lot that went into it, but really there's not. When you look at who's administration side and handling all of that, him. That's the team, right? And that's why when Deb says she calls me and I say, talk to him, it really is because Mike is the one that single-handedly right now is overseeing over 1,000 apprentices, working with Deb and Deb's team. We put them in cohorts. We graduate them every month, a cohort coming out. So when you look at where we're doing, most people get hung up on the administrative side or, oh my God, I've got to hire all this data. You really don't, because all the information you need to collect is collected at new hire with your onboarding anyway, right? Your I-9 basically covers everything you need for your documentation to put them into Rapids, right? You get their release, you get their signature right there as they're coming in, or as you do training or your annual trainings that you do with your teams, you enroll them right there in that piece, and you can capture all of that right there. All of us or most of us that's got an established program, you're doing some type of, first aid CPR training. You're doing some type of excavation training. You're doing some type of equipment operator training. You're doing some type of overhead fall protection training. You're doing a OSHA 10 or OSHA 30.
Yeah, we quickly realized it's the old 80-20 rule, right? They're doing 80% of it already. So how do we help you close the gap on the remaining 20? That's how we've done it. Mike,
Yeah.
you want to jump in here quick and then we'll
Yeah,
ask.
just when it comes to the RTI, I know it could sound like a lot. You look at the list of everything that they need to do. They need to do their OSHAs, their first aid. And a lot of the time, the first thing that comes up is I got to go get someone to do that, to administer this training for my employees. If you're willing to, there is a good way to make an investment into what we have. Like I said, we have internal instructors. A lot of that really is just getting them approved to be OSHA instructors. Um, if you have someone in mind that already works for you, that you know has a good safety in mind and all that, you can send them and develop them to be OSHA instructors. From there, they get their 500, they get their license as an authorized OSHA instructor. They can go to a entity like HSI, that gets you the access for them to be approved for CPR and first aid training. And it does require that investment, but it definitely helps when you're planning on training an entire company, instead of sending them all to an external third party.
That investment, all kidding aside, talking under $2,500 in 2 weeks. $2,500 in 2 weeks, and you can have your own internal instructor that can issue OSHA 10, OSHA 30 cards, and can handle first aid CPR. That's it. Very small investment for what you need on a return side. Yes.
Just for veterans, I pay $32 just the OSHA 10 plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Matt.
Mhm. Yeah. So the reason the back to basics training that you heard was actually intended for our incumbent employees. We had, when we were brought in, as he mentioned, there were many companies doing things very differently. We needed some sort of standardization across the board, because we want to make sure everyone has the training. I don't want someone from one company telling someone else from the other company, they put this much training into me and you haven't done any of it. That discrepancy is not good. And also we want our employees to be safe. So we retrained entirely every single existing employee, over 2,000 employees, within, I want to say, like 8 months. Obviously, we had to work with project managers and operations to make sure that we're capturing them without affecting the market too much. But that was a challenge. And as we were doing that, we were actually introducing them to the apprenticeship program, getting them registered, telling them the benefits of it, both for the company and for them. The best advice I would have is just give them as much information as you can. And a lot of the times we do get a really good return on that registrations.
And then in addition to that, right, when you set that up for your incumbent workers, especially, it helps tremendously with your retention, right? Once you start putting that investment and they see that investment in them, and you can outline some of this pathway for them for certifications, et cetera, it helps with the retention or some of the retention issues, that especially when our industry, I mean, any of us that's a contractor knows you got guys that'll jump for 50 cents and a promise of overtime, right? Or you got guys that'll jump $1 an hour because they've been with you and they think that they've got what they need from you, and they try to advance by jumping to the next guy, right? But you see a lot of that boomerang type stuff, or we have, because we put so much into the safety side and into the SQP processes and into the training and the investment into the employees, that even if they do jump, a lot of those employees are back within 30, 60, 90 days. A lot of times we're getting that boomerang effect where they go out and they're like, yeah, no, I don't have the support that I had there. And they're right back.
Wonderful. Hey, Shane, what about you at Electrocom? Improvements in safety, quality, and retention?
Absolutely. We've seen our safety numbers probably reduced by, especially in the first 90 days, we've seen it reduce tremendously. I'm going to say probably an 80% reduction. Retention is absolutely improved. And I can tell you, because we're going through this and we're setting the expectation of what's involved in the apprenticeship, we're seeing a better caliber employee hit the field than what we saw, 3 or 4 years ago.
Wonderful. And let's just a couple more questions here. Shane, since we've got you unmuted, I think you were the recent recipient of an ABA grant. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, we were.
You want to talk a little bit about that experience and how much funding you received and what your experience has been like thus far?
Yep, I'll actually hit on a couple of them. Here in Indiana, and I believe other states as well, we were able to acquire $50,000 for an employee training grant. And then, as Deb mentioned, we just have invoiced for our first ABA grant recipient. So the employee training grant was, I can say that when we started meeting with the state and they found out that we had an apprenticeship program, it was as easy as sending the apprenticeship requirements. And we were approved, I think, within an hour to receive that grant. The ABA was the same. It's a $2,000 grant per apprentice with no cap. So if you put the numbers together, if we bring in 100 apprentices this year, that's a large number. And that $2,000 we're using to offset our orientation costs and our RTI training. So we're knocking 90% of our classroom training out in orientation, and that $2,000 is covering that cost. And I will say, I can't stress it enough. If it were not for the apprenticeship programs and the Appendix A that outlines the requirements, it would have been an uphill battle to get these funds. And these funds were brought to us by WIA.
And what about Congruence?
Yeah, so for us, it's the same way, both at Congruence and where Mike and I had came from in the past. We were able to partner with local workforce developments in multiple states. And because we were a piece of an apprenticeship program and part of TIRAP, and we had that pathway, we were drawing anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 per employee that we were training as well, right? For every person that we registered in the Rapids. There are, when you look at it, there's some grants out there for educational purposes. There's grants out there for, there's, I don't know, several different grant programs you can go after at the state level. But finding and working with your local workforce development groups, some of them here within the New England states where we came from that we were working with in the past, you are able to draw that kind of money and have that to offset some of those costs, right? Do you think about it from an onboarding perspective? You take a week worth of training and an employee, right? $35-$45 an hour, right? Kind of piece for their hours while they're in the seat, per diem or hotel, you provide them a lunch while they're there, or however you want to look at it, right? In training, $2,000 a pop takes a big chunk off of, what it takes, anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 to get someone in the door and in the seat, and before you're actually putting them in the field to get anything out of them, right? So if you can offset, a third or half of that cost in some cases, depending on the scale that you're bringing them in, it's huge, right? And it's a win-win across the board that you're able to pull that funding.
And WIA, through our contract with the Department of Labor, gets a pool of money to distribute annually, called employer incentives. So we have $400,000 this year to distribute. WIA kicked in an additional $100,000. So but we ask for letters of commitment. So you take your best guess or an estimate, how many apprentices you're going to register. And then it's based on your actual results. So there's a scale based on the number of apprentices that you register. But we received enough commitment letters that we would need $605,000 if everybody came through. And it was estimated that there would be 1,700 apprentices registered September to September. And I think right now we're at 1,250. So they did a pretty good estimate. And again, it's an estimate on what you do, but it's based on your actual performance, and we can give you that money. So again, doesn't cost anything to use this. In fact, we pay you if you registered. You like that one?
I do like the fund.
You should talk, because you guys have received a lot of money. So is Shane.
I don't know if you want me to share anything.
Go ahead.
So just from WIA alone, with what we've registered and the commitments we made, I'll pull close to half of that funding that she's talking about. That's 600,000. We'll pull roughly $355,000 from WIA alone this year. In addition to that, I'll pick up another $250 outside of other workforce development. So I'm taking for our side, and I'll just use my training budget a little bit. You're roughly $2.5 million in training in between my staff and travel and things that we put into our training, just in the instructors and the training we supply and their travel salaries. I'm going to offset, almost $500,000 of that in free money from somebody else.
Absolutely. But that's all of our contributions for today, but we need your questions.
So we can't do that through our internal program, but being on the TIRAP advisory board, I'll put that hat on. We absolutely can help, and we do help our smaller contractors. We have partnered and enrolled some of our smaller contractors into TIRAP, and then we have a partnership based on our MSAs with some of our smaller that we provide training for them, and some of that basic awareness level training, OSHA 10, first aid CPR, whatever, we can add them in because that's an outside third-party certification that we're providing anyway that stays with the employee, not the employer. So, we do that as a benefit to some of our smaller partners that we rely on, right? And let's it takes all of us, right? You're not, you're going to have subs that have to augment. You're not doing 100% of the work yourself. So having those smaller, for us, you look at it right now, your fiber splicers and your drillers, right? You've got two guys in a shop, two guys in a drill, or you got a family of 4 or 5, right? That's a family that's, all they do is drilling for you. But to be able to give them the training and watch them, be able to have those things in the house and provide that for them and see the benefits that they get from it. Just like Shane was alluding to with him, we've seen in the last 16 months and really the last year that we put all this in place, a reduction in our incidents, our injuries by over 28% internally. And with our subcontractors that we're rolling this out to, some of those numbers have went up tremendously just from them getting some type of training.
Shane, do you want to comment on Electrocom? Same question.
I missed the question. I'm not able to hear the questions, Deb. So
It
could
was
you restate it?
essentially if you support training your subs or other
We
entities.
we have actually started that. I think I mentioned, we've got a training facility just outside of Louisville. And we have started providing training to our subcontractors and even some of our customers. And much to what I think Dave talked about, right now it's really been the ATSSA, flagger training, OSHA 10, competent person, excavator training, that kind of stuff. But yes, we absolutely, and I expect that to grow over the next year or so, but we do provide that training.
Right. So they're not our employees, right? They have to be a direct hire W-2 employee. So.
But the sub
but
could
the sub
register.
can register. They can register to TIRAP, and then they can register their own employees through TIRAP.
And then they could take advantage of Dave's training. They can mark that off. That's the training provider. And then you close the gap on what's left.
I will tell you that was the next bite of the elephant that we did. We just standardized our subcontractor onboarding process. And that was a big piece. We set up the same scope of works, right? The same 3 scopes I talked about for us internally. We set up there with them and said, with the wireless side, we know because ANSI 1048 calls out everything you need to do on a tower and what's related and you have to do, right? So on a wireless side, you have to follow it because it's written into the MSAs. The ISPs and the carriers on the broadband side, they're not there yet, right? Let's be totally honest. It's the Wild West in some cases and in some areas. And when you truly look at it, until you start putting that emphasis on them, where it's force that training, force the safety into what we have to do, right? You're going to get the people who want to do it, and then you're going to get the ones that are just there to do whatever. And it shows in equality, it shows in whatever else. So as I talked about with your partnerships with the communities and getting those large turnkey projects, it's essential that you're writing in those requirements into the MSAs.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a great ending. So if there's one message for today, I hope you get that we want you to sign up for TIRAP. Yeah, so it's either, call us or call Deb directly. But, you can see why we strongly support this program. So anyway, just quickly, we'll finish up for the day. I just want to hear from you, any light bulb moments that went off. And then we can move on. We're finishing early. Thank you to everybody for being efficient. So any thoughts, any final thoughts?
We had so many different groups here today, and yes, I was part of the planning, but when I entered here today, I did not realize the breadth of opportunity of workforce that we would have, just based on the different groups that attended and the different covered populations that they talked about. So as much as we anticipate we're going to have a labor shortage because of the percentage of unemployed versus employed, hearing about the available folks that we can train up, I think that went up.
Any other thoughts?
I'll just add one thing real quick too. You were talking about your subcontractors and how to get them onboarded. We set up a tiered structure with the subs and kind of tier 1, 2, 3 based on level of support they needed from us, and base the pricing to where we included some of that training as well. So it wasn't a complete out of pocket cost for us. But you look at how, if you're able to take on some of that within your own group, right? Because you're already doing some type of audit or safety audits or field observations, whatever you want to call them, on those subs. If you can structure that tier, kind of what support or level of support back end or whatever they need from you, it's a win-win from a business perspective.
Any other thoughts?
I think I'd just add that given the size that many of us are, and looking around at the fact that there are a lot of people that we're partnering with just right here in this room, I think that working together is going to be the key to success in this, and being able to, because, you've got scale and most of us don't have scale. And so that's part of the challenge that we face. And I think one of the things that we really have to understand is exactly what we need, like really planning out, if we did it at this pace, what is it that we need? And being able to go deep into our communities and saying, let's go find this many people from this community to do the work in this area. And together we can put together the installation program, the construction program, the make ready program. And God help me, we need more people cutting trees. So I just think, I look forward to getting together with all of our partners that are here from the construction and installation and consulting teams to really get this figured out fast.
Yeah, and the beauty of it here is you heard, Congruix and what was it?
Cellnet Electricom.
Yeah, Electricon talk. They're big companies, but even if you had one employee, you could take advantage of that same expertise. That
2 apprentices, the owner and an apprentice.
yeah. So that's really what I hope the message you get out of this is there's already a plan laid out for how to get your employees trained. I think your point's great, Christy. We want to organize, plan. It's all project management, right? But identifying the labor needs, I assume we all know by now that labor is going to be our biggest challenge. So that's why we're all here today. And that's why this is so important. And Dave, thanks so much I swear you and I are mind melded, because you gave the same messages, even the Wild West message. I smiled. I said, because I've been saying that ever since. So you've been great.
This one thing tie in with kind of earlier, something that came up, right? When you look at how BEAD's going to be put in place and the things that are going to come along with it, and the apprenticeship and the training requirements and those things, it really is something that's going to kind of level the playing field for a lot of us, right? Which is good for us from a contractor standpoint, right? But that is doing the right things anyway. And when you look at one of the things I would say to help offset some of that workforce, we heard from a multitude of people today about diversity programs and helping people get reintegrated into the workforce. I would ask that BCBB and the partners within the room here all put pressure on the ISPs and on the carriers as well to ease up some of those nonviolent offender restrictions that they have. That opens up a huge piece for us to hire the white collar criminals, if you want to call them, or whatever, however you want to say it, but the nonviolent offenders, right? So that we can utilize them, because right now there are things that maybe 5-7 years before we could utilize a lot of workforce that's coming out that we're putting funds into to train anyway as part of their rehabilitation. So I would ask all of the partners here that has anything to do with that, or a hand in the BEAD or how it's going to be administered, that you put something or work with putting something in control measures to help us open up a new market for that.
That's great. That's great advice for us at the VCBB. Thanks.
Yeah, and Christine will share with you a document created out of the state of Ohio, for example, which gave examples of how you should be structuring those contracts to address that reentry population.
Great. Yep. Look forward to it. Any other comments before we part to get our tattoos?
Alexi, I'm going to pass the buck. I think that we are going to have more workshops, and as the BEAD requirements come closer, this part of it, the workforce, we are considering office hours to help once you understand what you need to do. And if it's required or that there's a lot of questions, and feel free. Well, we're going to get you the information out on the website with a resource page, also a way to contact us. But if the questions keep coming in, we'll do this again. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. But Alexi, maybe you want to address the upcoming topics of other workshops.
Sure. So that anticipates the sort of closing. We don't have to do it now if you've got more questions, but just to reiterate what Lucy was saying, we do have more coming up. This is just getting going. It's a big thing. It is really complicated, and we are here to support you. So as I mentioned earlier, the next really big step is approval of our Volume 2. Once that happens, we release or post what the request for applications is going to be, so that you have as much time before that application window opens to review that and think through it. We will then do a training on that RFA and the application process. And then some of the sub issues that will also hit along the way are the permitting pieces, which are pretty substantial, although hopefully not too onerous here in Vermont, but there's a lot that has to happen. The Buy America, Build America Act and Davis-Bacon, because there are significant requirements for both of those under BEAD and not a whole lot of wiggle room that's been offered in meeting them. You have to have some cybersecurity assurances, so we'll walk people through that. And then BEAD does require a business plan that has a number of different requirements in it as well. And so we will walk through that. Some of you who are Act 71 recipients are pretty familiar with some of these processes. And, back to the point about additional questions, my experience is once you really start trying to do these things, that's when you start realizing that you have them. And so please don't hesitate to reach out. What ideally would happen is when we do an additional session, because I'd like to have the state of Vermont do their Department of Labor presentation, not just the VOSHA piece, and or office hours, that we have maybe a pool of questions that can come up for folks that we can focus those on. So it's an effective and efficient way to do that. So that's my big pitch.
Thanks, Lexi. Anyway, there's some materials on the table on the way out that you could take, and I think there's some leftover cookies there, so you can take those too. So thanks so much for hanging in there through the day. And don't drive like I do.